Okay, so we kind of left off last session with you guys having stocked up for what's next to come. I think from the sounds of it, you guys kind of got most of your plan patched out. It was just a few finer details to maybe discuss with Renia at some point. But it's kind of getting on for evening time when Havel rejoins you. You notice he's his stride seems a little wider than usual, but he's wearing a nice shiny trinket that he didn't have before.
I have questions about Havel's money-making techniques that I would rather were never answered. Did you have a good time, Havel?
Yeah, well, trade one ring for another.
Oh, moving swiftly on.
Sure, we could go through the finer details if you want.
No, I could live quite happily the rest of my life and never hear that. Thank you.
So you guys have kind of obviously been renting that nice upper market tavern. So as you guys sit down, the dinner is served. Again, it's of a particularly high quality. This time you've got some nice, lovely beef stew on offer. But yeah, it's not massively busy. So as you're sat at your table, you reckon you've probably got a fairly private area to sit and discuss things.
Huh. I think we're all rested. All have our new items that we've procured. So look at have. So we're ready for the next step. The next plan.
I think so. No time like the present.
So I think what we discussed was we will hand over the book to Rainier's contact. We'll follow them, surprise them, and find out what they know.
And the only sticking point was whether we tell Rainier what's going on or whether we don't tell what's going on.
Thoughts? Anyone?
Sounds like a decent course of action. Any thoughts, Tris, on whether your friend should know?
I feel like we should probably tell her and give her the opportunity to either go or to assist or, all of the rest of it. Because we could always send her up to the Silver Fang. There are options without causing her potentially more trouble. But I think it should be quite clear that either she helps us knowingly or she sort of paves a way for us to do it on our own.
I mean, we can make it appear to her that we're doing her a favor by helping deal with the people that she owes and getting her slate wiped clean.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
Tarek, did you say you had some glyphs? Or was that just for blowing things up with?
The capacity to make a glyph if you really want them. They only really affect a area if it stays still. However, can't put one on an object and then it be moved. It would disrupt the glyph.
Okay, right. That probably won't work. Did somebody say that they had some way of tracking things? Oh, Braxton, you said that left alone with it, you could find it, right?
Yes, that's right. And I did study the object. I'm familiar with it and able to track.
Fantastic. Did whoever it was that has the book pass it on to you?
Yes, Torek gave it to me, I believe, and I returned it shortly after.
Fantastic. Okay, so really all we need to do now is speak to Rainier and do any last prep work, and then there's no time, like right now, to get it sorted, I suppose. Unless anyone else has any other thoughts.
Nope.
Okay.
So, Tris, this time of night, you reckon it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect to find Rainier back at the previous tavern that you bumped into her, if you wanted to do that this evening. But obviously, having worked for her in the past, you know roughly where to look in the city as well if you wanted to leave it until morning.
What are the thoughts, everyone? Tonight or tomorrow morning? I don't know how quickly she'll want to get this book to them.
Has Braxton had enough time?
Yeah.
To get. Yeah. Okay. I don't see why we couldn't do it now.
I'd say tonight. If we are informing her, at least it gives her the evening to think over her decision.
That's a good point. Okay, should we head on over to the other tavern then?
Okay. So, yeah, Tris, you lead the way, and you can immediately see that the difference in clientele is quite drastic as you enter the not necessarily run down tavern, but you know the much more working man's pub kind of place. Sure enough, you could see I sat over towards the bar. Rainier's kind of playing a hand of cards against some poor unwitting traveller. You suspect that he's probably down a fair few gold pieces by this stage, but you think that whilst the other tavern was quiet enough for you to have a private moment, this one's actually busy enough that you could probably do the same with no real chance of anyone hearing you over the ruckus.
Fantastic. I'll sidle up to the bar on the other side, so she sees me, but I don't like actively interrupt whatever it is she's doing with that poor traveller.
So as you sit down, you catch her eye, and she kind of gives you a quick nod, and then you hang around for a few minutes while she finishes the current hand. And as the last card is placed, she kind of flashes this devilish grin at her opponent, and then swipes the winnings and the cards into her pocket, and stands up again, gives a little curtsy, almost in jest, and then makes her way over to you. Tris, you're back. Any news on the book?
Yeah, sorry, it's been a while. We've got good news and bad news on the book. We found it, but we're worried about giving it to whoever it is that's asked for it. There's some incredibly sensitive information in there. You know what the book situation can be like. Just gonna sort of gesture at herself. Who's wanting the book, Rainier?
Well, I wasn't really given a name. They're using a mercenary company as a front. I only ever had dealings with their captain.
What was their captain like?
Oh, well, I would think fairly typical for a mercenary. He was clearly quite well equipped. Elven fellow, quite tall, fairly gaunt face. Had a fairly haughty atmosphere about him.
Tris is gonna glance at the others, see if that sort of sounds familiar to any of them.
Nope.
Is it anyone we've met before, Rainier?
I'd never seen him before, no. I don't know if you might have known him from one of your other contracts, but it's the first time I've seen him here anyway.
This might change things a little bit. We might struggle with this.
But what could be so dangerous about this book? I mean, it's 15 grand, Triss. You can't turn that away.
I mean, I absolutely think we can't turn that away, but we also really want to know who it is that wants this book. The information in it has been causing us issues for quite some time now. It's caused a lot of issues. We can't reasonably let it go without knowing who it's gone to.
Well, I suppose you'd probably have to find that out from these mercenaries. They're not going to tell me.
So,
Secrecy and all that.
Yeah. Triss is gonna look at the others to see whether they kind of still want to plow ahead with everything that's going on. She'll quickly do a radio in to everyone.
Well, now it sounds a little more interesting. It's not just a buyer that we're dealing with, it's a mercenary company. So it's a bit more serious, perhaps.
Do we still proceed with the original plan, or?
I don't know. It's going to be more complicated. I mean, we're going to have to deal with these mercenaries. We're going to have to try and take them alive, find out who they work for, who's hired them, and then that will lead us on to another lead.
I suppose for the time being, we go with Rainier and see if we can meet them with her, or one of us and the rest follow.
Good work.
Well, they did give me a meeting point for when I had the book, and it is actually a little way outside the city. I'd, to be honest, be quite glad of the escort.
It wouldn't seem unreasonable for us to go with then, I suppose.
Is it a camp or?
I don't know. I've not really ventured far beyond the walls.
Okay. I think we don't really have much choice but to follow it through. We're not going to get any other answers, just sort of hoping. I think we're going to have to plow into this face first. As much as I'm not especially keen to do it.
The captain that you met, did you meet with any of his men as well?
He had a few of his men with him, but they just. I wasn't really paying much attention. They just looked like mercenaries to me.
How many of them?
He had two when he came to propose the deal to me.
Did they carry weapons?
Well, they had, from the looks of it, bows on their backs and short swords at their waist.
Okay.
Okay, well, stands to reason there might be more of them, but we see what happens.
So how is the meet supposed to work? You just hand over the book, they hand over the gold. That's it.
Yes, he was very clear on this. I was to come alone, and there would be an exchange for the gold for the book. And well, don't get me wrong. I'm not foolish. I did have my contingencies, and she pulls out a little hip flask. Waggles it around. Managed to barter this from one of the local alchemists. Potion of invisibility. Was going to chuck that down as soon as the deal went through.
Could we potentially scout up ahead at the meeting place, figure out what's going to happen before we go in with the book?
I suppose you could. It'd be fairly important that no one saw you, though.
We've got a pretty stealthy ranger. And Roland here's pretty light-footed as well. We might be able to do it.
Tarek can also go invisible. That's kind of neat.
Oh, Tarek, I didn't realise you could go invisible. And also, why is your voice so high?
Hey, no reason.
Okay, so basically Braxton and Titus are the only ones who might struggle with a little bit of stealth.
Might struggle.
Might.
A little bit clunky.
Only
on
a
the feet.
negative. Is it a disadvantage or a negative? for Braxton?
Disadvantage.
So with Braxton clunking around and Titus giggling constantly, yeah, might not be the best idea.
He might leave you guys a little further back then.
Can't see why.
I think, for flavour here, Titus is going to be helping Valeria and Maramark provision for their journey to Care Emlyn for this session. Just reluctant to put him in harm's way when Chaz isn't actually here.
Especially if there might be stealth involved.
Yeah, exactly. That's I might feel a little bit unfair if I sabotage your stealth attempts by having Titus do his little commando roll just down a cliff face or something.
To land with a nice ho 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 ho.
Cunning like a mammoth. Okay, so you can kind of see that she's not massively keen at potentially risking this big payout. But you also know that deep down, through all the petty theft and larceny, Renee is not a bad person at heart. She's probably on board with trying to do the right thing here, and she's worked with you long enough, Triss, but she respects your opinion on if something's bothered you to the point where you think it's probably the wrong idea to let this go into kind of unknown hands, she'll take you at your word for that. Well, I think that we need to be careful whatever we do. This has the potential to go very wrong for us.
Get a bit of feedback, Crispy. Quite a lot.
Ooh.
Oh. Start up your lightsaber.
Oh god.
How's that?
Yeah,
Better.
Better, worse?
Better, yeah.
Okay. You'll just have to give me a shout whenever it does that. I'll give it a good
lightsaber
whack.
again.
Whoa.
Okay, so we're gonna cautiously go approach, scout out the situation. Hopefully we don't stuff up our stealthy attempt, and then we'll figure out from there what we're doing if that doesn't all go hideously wrong like it usually does.
Okay. That's as well thought out as most of our plans go.
Do we want to go this evening, or do we want to go tomorrow morning, or tomorrow some other time?
We could try scouting out tonight and then go in the morning.
Use the darkness as a bit of a cover.
Could work.
Anyone
They
have
won't
any objections?
expect Rainier, I suppose, to come at night either. Might look a bit suspicious.
Yeah, it would be a monstrously foolish thing to do, probably, under normal circumstances. How far away from the city are they?
Not far, only a few hours travel. It's a little bit off the beaten path, though.
Okay.
So, Torek, Pavel, and I could have a snoop and then come back to the town. I mean, you could tag along and just hang back.
We could
Well,
we could always
yeah.
camp out overnight, nearish the meeting place, if everything's gonna go well.
Could do.
And then Braxton, Rainier, and myself can wait and hear what's going on immediately.
Work. It'd be good to have you nearby and ready to go, just in case.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Renee's come listening along and nodding at what you're saying, and I see that she's warming to the idea now that she knows you've actually put a little bit of thought into this. I think if we were to go at night, we might be able to get a better idea of what we're up against. They're probably not going to be able to see us coming as easily, and it's probably a good thing.
Okay, does anyone need to grab anything before we leave, particularly, or are we ready to go right away?
I could repair the homunculus before we start.
Sure. If you think it would be helpful.
Yes, I will need some parts from Titus's shield, however.
Well, he's a bit busy at the moment, so feel free to pilfer them. It will take you a little bit of time to do. Probably about an hour or so.
Cool. Well, better get started.
So having obviously put one of these together already, you have a bit of an easier time the second time round, and you managed to build in a few tweaks that you think will perform a little better than the original did. So while the rest of you sit and firm up the plans and have an ale or two, Torrik gets this done, and within an hour or so, he's kind of standing up, looking quite proud of himself. By now, it's getting on for about 8 o'clock-ish in the evening, so darkness is starting to fall outside.
We could start making our way now. By the time we get close, it should be well and truly dark.
Perfect.
Alrighty, so Rainier leads you down towards the kind of northern gates of the city. Obviously, having the dark vision that elves enjoy makes it a little bit easier for her to kind of lead you. But for the first couple of hours, she sticks to what passes the main road heading north. However, as you kind of get a little bit closer to the Great Inland Lakes, she veers off a little bit down a slightly less well-travelled path. The going is a little tougher here, especially at night time. Not all of you have that advantage of dark vision, so how will you find the going a little bit tougher? But to be honest, the roads are oddly quiet. The forests around you don't seem to be as loud as they usually are. And as a result of that, you are able to focus a bit more on making your way. So it really leads you on, and eventually comes to a small river, and turns north again. This kind of meanders along at a fairly gentle pace for the next hour or so of travel, but as it gets wider, the river's starting to become much more of a kind of a feature along your route, and you can see that the kind of the banks now are looking like they've been carved down over however many years of erosion. You can see that there's a reasonable drop into it. You'd probably hazard about 30 feet or so. But after about 6 hours since you left, Rainier gestures for you to halt, and she kind of whispers for you guys to join her, and she points up ahead. That's the spot. He said that the exchange would happen here. Triss, as you follow her outstretched finger, you can see that the point in question appears to be a fairly old wooden bridge over the river. Clearly not in use anymore. It's desperately in need of some repairs. But as you squint, you can kind of make out in the darkness behind it the kind of rising blackness of what appears to be walls of some sort. A definitely non-natural structure in distance behind this bridge at the other side of the river.
Any signs of like a campfire or anything nearby?
Roll a perception.
18.
So as you focus Rulin kind of beyond the bridge, every now and again in the flicker of the darkness, you get just a little shimmer of light. But it, often it will appear and then quickly vanish again.
From within the structure?
You would assume so.
Okay. So, it's like some sort of light within the structure. It could be a camp. Of course, they could have scouts around the outside, so we should still be very careful if we're approaching. We should probably try to avoid the bridge as well, because they'll see us coming. Looking at the river, how sort of rough is it? How deep?
So in the darkness, you can't really see the bottom. Kind of murky depths obscure that. It's fairly fast flowing by the looks of it. You can see kind of white wave crests as some of the water passes over obstacles in the river's bed. But yeah, it appears to be relatively fast moving, you would guess.
Well, I think Torek and I probably wouldn't struggle to get across. Torek with his bizarre inventions. Havel, how are you at swimming through fast water?
I mean, it's only one way to find out.
Is there any way of assisting Havel across the river?
I could give him fish features.
Thought you were going to say fish fingers, then. I don't know why.
Yes, the omega oils will help you.
So, if we went a few hundred yards down the other side of the river and then crossed over, we could work our way up to the structure quietly, keep an eye out for any lookouts.
Yeah, you could definitely give it a go.
Try and look for maybe a slightly narrower point in the river that might be easier for Havel to get across.
We should probably all head a little bit further back down the river as well, just in case.
Just off the beaten track kind of thing.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so yeah, the river kind of meanders through this self-carved canyon, but you find a spot a few hundred meters back along your routes that looks a little more forgiving. There's a more of a gentle slope down the bank you're on, leading to the river itself, and there it looks to be about maybe 15-20 feet across, you would guess. It's still fairly fast moving, but it's a bit narrower than some of the other places. The other bank, though, is a sheer cliff. You would have to scale that.
Okay. Well, are you up for it? Torek, is the preparations you could make?
Well, preparations. I suppose. Does anyone want any potions? I mean, if anyone wants help across the river, I can give them gills and webbed feet and hands for a while. I could deal out some healing, I suppose. Yeah, it's not going to take much time to cook it up. Don't worry about time constraints.
Well, I wouldn't say no if there's anything that could help us when we're across.
Oh, potion of boldness. Ah, wait. Did it
We
last
have one of
until
those
the
there.
end of the day, or is it 24 hours? I can never remember.
An hour, isn't it?
No, I meant like, because I thought the ones he made didn't last permanently. I thought the potions lose.
Oh, right, yeah, they lose their...
Yeah, they lose their magic. I've been going off the thing of basically what's meant to happen is every morning I roll dice to roll up new potions. But I mean, there's been some stages where it's like 4 days pass, so I'm not going to roll every day. So I've just like kept like one roll of potions because
Well, at this point, you are
it's essentially until I craft new potions. But I don't know.
you guys. It's by now the early hours of the morning. So if for this sake,
Well, even if it lasted
your
a day, it would still.
your day could start now if you were to brew up now.
I do actually have a potion of boldness left over. I've got one of boldness and one of flight.
Wait, you had a potion of this entire time?
That might help.
Well, how else is he going to get across the river?
I suppose you could fly over that. Oh, yeah, that's boring though, isn't it?
I mean, is Torek small enough that Rulin could carry him across without falling in the water?
Or
It would make it more difficult for you.
Okay.
Does anybody hear disadvantage?
I didn't know you spoke, DM.
So
It's a
like-
shame we don't have Titus because we could have just thrown Tarek across, but there we go.
Yeet him into the cliff or something.
Okay. It's that flight for Havel. How does that work?
The flight is it's the potion I drank for Sky Shark, and it'll give you a flying speed of very slow for 10 minutes.
Enough
In
to get
terms of
across.
getting across the thingy, yeah. Will it last? That's the important question.
Oh god.
A very important question.
Trying to see like how long my potions last away from my person. Sorry.
Got visions of Tarek being stood at the side of this cliff, flicking through notebooks.
To be fair, I think it's something you'd be used to. So, hang on, let me check that. Got a
Everybody sitting
note
down,
of
gets
it here
comfortable.
somewhere.
Has to flick through like 7 chapters of hypothetical carrot and coriander recipes before he gets to anything potion related.
Oh,
I
no.
prefer Corret and Coriander. Get some of them sweet Correts.
Any elixir you create with the feature lasts until it's drunk or until the end of your next long rest. So actually, I've been playing with it correctly. Yes! I got right about my character.
Only took him the best part of the year.
Had to happen eventually.
Oh, yeah, because I suppose we were abusing the long rest by doing it every single night we slept, when really it's only like like you said, Crispy, it's only when you actually are in a comfortable place and with a belly full of food and warmth.
Generally resting, yeah.
So if we just didn't do that, then technically your potions would last the full length of time.
Just forever.
Yeah, Tarek lives like a hermit to avoid his potions spoiling.
Tarek, don't sleep or my healing potion.
No, the way I've assumed it is then is that whenever Torek brews up a new batch, he just collects all the potions off everyone, pours them back into a bowl, and then just like restarts his recipe again or something. You know,
It's got like some kind of pot. He's like, all right, everyone, you toss them in.
I need the jars. Pass them back.
Alrighty, so Havel, you're going flying by the sounds of it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it gets me across.
It is a little strange to get used to. If I had a bit more time, I'd give you some improvised wings or fins of some sort. But try and make yourself aerodynamically positioned.
Right.
I hand over the potion to him. It's in like a tall bottle with a little round bit at the bottom. It's just filled with like opaque yellow liquid.
It doesn't look very appetizing, Havel.
Yeah, it never does.
It's like a thicker mango juice.
More like a sorbet.
It's mango paste.
Cool. And I mean, if there's a spare potion of boldness, I'll take that. Jesus Christ!
We're all doing it.
Havel, you sure you need that?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
Don't forget the side effects.
Well, they're raging hard on.
Yep.
Standard. Don't know what you're on about.
It's just how Havel operates.
I've still got one. So.
What? Raging hard on?
Yeah.
Fucking brilliant.
Okay. So, Torek, what's your plan to get across? Am I carrying you?
I mean, you could carry me if you like. I've got this massive backpack, and it's got quite a lot of jingly things and might give away our position.
Will Torek fit in his own bag of holding?
He holds his breath.
He'd have, I think, 10 minutes, I think. Oh, wish you wait, I might have to look that up. It's,
That could
he
work,
wouldn't have to
actually.
hold his breath. He wouldn't have to hold his breath, I don't think.
Never thought of smuggling Torek in a bag before. It makes sense.
Prestidigitation, because you can make a puff of wind. Would that help push Havel over the cliff as well?
I mean, it could do. Bit of a tailwind might speed things up. Yeah, Torek, you would have 10 minutes of air within a bag of holding.
Okay.
Shit.
Why doesn't Torek go with Havel over the top? Because we can speed that along. And then Rulin only has to deal with himself down at the
I
bottom.
think the bag of holding idea is the best idea.
Yeah.
Personally.
Feel
I
fit
like
in.
it.
Yeah.
Stuffing Torek into a bag.
Put Torek in the bag, Havel carries the bag, and then we send Havel across.
Well, what if it takes me longer than 10 minutes to get over?
That's why I was asking about the puff of wind.
But
Well,
the bag doesn't weigh anything. Oh, doesn't weigh
Yeah, I
very much.
mean, Rulin's very, very fast and he can just sprint across the surface of the water, so Rulin can carry the
Let's
bag.
not risk killing him in a bag.
I have another question.
Let's just pull Torek out and he's just limp. That's cool.
Just give him the kitten experience, put him in a bag and toss him in a river.
It's the Family Guy moment where you're trying to shove him in the bag and he's just flopping.
Oh god. A question to the DM.
Mm-hmm.
When Torek is in the bag of holding, how much does the bag of holding weigh?
No different.
No,
It always weighs the same.
yeah, the weight is constant regardless of whatever's in it, and that's a 15 pound kind of weight. So really not massively heavy at all.
That's a shame. Mage Hand can carry 10 pounds, not 15. Okay, that's fine. That's
Also, I think Mage Hand's only like a 30-foot range or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So you can get him halfway across the river, then just drop the bag. No, okay, I think we're good with that. If Havel floats his way across and then Rulin will leg it across with Torek in a bag. Sounds like a plan.
So this potion of flight, does it just essentially make Havel weightless?
you do have the ability to move.
Oh,
You have a very what is it, Guy? 10 feet per.
You
turn?
move at 10 feet through the air.
So,
well, yeah, but like that's more than enough to get over there in time.
yeah. It's
I'll give
Okay.
you
You
a
could-
couple of puffs of wind, see if we can help.
what could go wrong?
See, if you're having trouble climbing a palm tree, this is the potion for you.
They just tie some rope to his ankle and fire an arrow.
Or Rulin could run across and fly like a kite.
Yes. Oh, brilliant! Right, we know what we're doing now.
D&D transport.
I don't think
Amazing.
Campbell's going to have any trouble creating puffs of wind at the moment.
I think that's the issue. I'm not getting enough pressure behind them anymore. Just like a puff of wind and more like a yawn.
Oh. Alright, off you go, you lot.
Okay, so Havel, I'm chugging this potion. You kind of start to slowly drift up into the air. Heeding Torik's words, you kind of lean forward a little bit and start flapping. Triss gives you a few gentle puffs of wind to help send you on your way. And yeah, for a moment you're left hanging precariously over this fast flow of water. You can see there's a few rocks interspersed amongst it, so which doesn't really help your nerves a little bit. But after about 30 seconds or so of dangling over this crevasse, you manage to get to the other side and grab onto a tree to pull yourself back down to earth.
Well, I guess. So while you're flying across, you could just fly up to the top of the cliff as well.
That's kind of what I assumed was happening here. That
Okay.
and gone down to the bottom and stopped there. So yeah, well, you managed to return your feet to the terra firma on top of that cliff.
Okay, Torik, get in the bag.
Wish me luck. Yeah, I'm gonna get a piece of rope and tie it around your belt, and I'm gonna say I'm gonna tug this if I'm struggling.
Okay.
And I enter the bag of holding with the other end of the rope tied to me.
Mm-hmm. So Torik, as you enter the bag of holding, your first thoughts are how dark it is. As far as you can see, there is just an inky black darkness stretching in all directions, except as you look behind you, a small circle through which you can see Ruin's face, but that quickly disappears as the drawstrings of a bagger are drawn to a close. So you're left tied to this umbilical cord of a safety rope. And interestingly, you just feel like you're floating. There's no real gravity as such in this environment you found yourself in. However, as you float to the end of a rope and it becomes slack, as you're pulled back, you bump into something, which you recognise to be a bit of plate mail. Whilst you can't see it, you reckon that must have been the suit of armour you stuffed in a while back. But it's quite an unnerving experience to be so centrally deprived.
I think it uses alchemist perks to illuminate a small object he's got on him, just to give a little 5-foot light to see if there's anything. Also, just to look thematically cool in the dark.
So as Torik cracks a glow stick, the armour is reflected off that dim light. as you look around, you can see a few things that you've stuffed in there, and some more of that damned glitter. But the light doesn't extend very far, and if anything, it actually makes you feel a little less secure. One small speck of light in this vast emptiness. Rulin, however, you are blissfully unaware of the kind of darkness that Torek has found himself in as you make your way down to the bank of a river.
Okay.
So getting across proves to be, not much of a challenge for you. The ability to walk on water definitely helps with that. Using a mixture of your speed and a few rocks in the stream, you've managed to get across the cliff with no real difficulties. Now it comes time to scale it.
I'll don my climbing gloves.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you're with those. I'm not even going to make you roll for it. It'll be.
Yeah, I think you just gain climbing speed equal to your walking speed. So
Yeah, it's not going to be higher than your walking speed. So you use those to good effect, and they manage to find handholds in places that are otherwise just sheer rock. And using that in your natural prowess for all things agility based, you manage to civil your way up that cliff, and you join Havel at the top.
Don't have to let him out of the bag. We could leave him in there a little while longer. I think it took me 30 seconds to get across.
I mean, as long as we get him out in the next 9 minutes and 20 seconds.
No, I don't know. I should probably let him out. Yeah, it does have that invisibility, of course. Okay, so I'll open up the bag and stick my head in and just... Torek?
You pulling me out?
Yep, we'll start pulling on the rope.
So Torek, you in the darkness, as your glow stick begins to fade, you see a circle of light appear at the end of your rope. Very quickly, you're drawn towards it.
Torek, it is I, your god.
Yeah, so you imagine this is probably what
Shit.
dying gnomes see, perhaps. But you're yanked out of the bag and into the fresh air. It takes you a while to get all the glitter out of your beard, though.
Much of that stuff.
Well, dangers of buying second-hand bags of holding.
Can I do an arcane check, actually? Is the glitter bad for my health?
Yes, you may definitely roll that.
It's asbestos glitter.
That's a 21.
No, it's not bad for your health. It is just arts and crafts material. That was...
So that's what's in the boy.
That's all creation is, guy. Just one large arts and crafts project.
Yeah, it's just going through the void, just get hit by a bottle of PVA glue.
So yeah, you untie yourself and recoil your rope. Yeah, you three now. You're still a few hundred meters away from where you saw the bridge and what you assume to be the large structure. It's quite heavily forested, so you've got a reasonable amount of cover as you make your way further up the river now. Rulin, as you lead with the advantage of the dark vision, you are the first to spot the kind of silhouette of these walls. And this time, from this angle, you can kind of see now that the lights you'd seen earlier appear to be torches. They appear to be moving along the top of this wall.
Well, Looks like they have a watch. So they're well organized. How many torches? Well, how big is the structure, kind of thing, as well?
It's a fairly large structure. You'd probably estimate it at, well, I don't know, maybe about, at a guess, 90 feet potentially. This wall that you can see.
And how many torches patrolling the top?
From your position, you can make out at least 2.
So, and then we can't see down to the inside because of the walls.
No, the walls are quite high, and you work out now the reason their torches appear to be flickering is because the sentries are going past battlements.
Okay. Well, they have quite a defensible position. Won't be easy to break in, nor would it be easy to sneak over the wall. Torek, thoughts? Happy? Thoughts?
Now people want my potions. I mean, we could do it the classic style. I read a book once where they tied a piece of rope to a crossbow bolt, shot it to the top, and everyone could climb up.
Right.
Or, Havel, have you got any flight left in you?
Well, 20 minutes, yeah, he does have a little bit.
I said 10 minutes. The potion lasts for 10 minutes.
Was it 10 minutes? Oh, okay, in which case it wouldn't be long left after you've made your way a little back up the river.
Let's not risk it.
You'd have a couple of minutes, but no more.
Grab the end of this rope and
Did anyone else just lose Guy?
I think so.
quick, grab the end of this rope and fly up there before it wears off.
Oh yeah, and have it wear off mid-flight. Great idea. Let's not.
You'd be in contact with the wall. Halfway up is better than nothing.
Could be worth a try.
Or we throw Torek up.
Why does every solution have to include a flying gnome?
Because they're the best solutions.
Okay. Well, throwing Torek up's probably not the best idea. Because I'm not very great at throwing, and Titus isn't here, so. We could make our way around and see if there's any holes in the wall, perhaps, or a sewage system that leads down to the river that we could roll up through, maybe. Another way in.
Yeah, that sounds like a better idea to me.
So, as you guys get a little bit closer, searching for any features that might help you here, you can see that this fortress has been constructed so that 2 of its 4 sides have cliffs to it, one of which you're now actually stood on. So you're only like, the height differential between you and the top of the battlements at this point isn't actually that high. However, as this drops down, you can see that the third side is the one facing the river, and you can see the bridge in the distance. There is a cliff that you could shimmy along to get under the walls here. That would be something you could think of doing. The other side, behind the castle, you can't see anything of.
So when you say, just trying to picture what you mean. Is it like the cliffs here?
Hold on, if
And then the battlement goes up here. That sort of thing, or
I'm just trying to work out what the orientation of this is here. So, yeah, that kind of thing. So, from like a top-down perspective, say, is there a way to do this with a line? Yeah, okay. So you've got if you guys are kind of stood here, this cliff here, you got the river going down this way, and you can see the cliff leading up to the castle walls would be the one you might be able to shimmy across. You can see a cliff face here that looks like it'd be very, very hard going, and you can't really work out what's on this side. And then the bridge is somewhere around here.
I'm assuming there's probably a gate on the other side.
It would make sense, seeing as the bridge is that kind of way.
So this cliff that's on the side where we're standing, what's the gap between the cliff and the wall?
Not massive. At the closest point, probably about 10 feet.
And then how much higher up is the wall from the cliff? Or...
About 5 foot higher than that.
So 10 feet across, about 5 feet up. We could possibly lasso one of the battlements, swing across and then climb up. Or we could construct some sort of ladder to drop across onto the top of the wall and then run across.
Kinda wish I had a ladder in the bag of holding now.
Damn it, man.
I know, that's actually kind of clever.
Literally, this entire thing is just your fault now.
Braxton, roll me a perception.
Roll.
Back on the other side of the river, Braxton, with Triss and Rainier, you guys have made a small, it's not really a camp as such, but you found somewhere to sit and wait. But or you just heard something sounding like a twig cracking in the distance, somewhere in the woods.
Can I sort of take a look to see if I can see anything like moving in there?
Mm-hmm. So, kind of gesturing to the others that they should be quiet. You take a few steps into the woods. Roll me another perception.
+0, so that's a 3.
The darkness doesn't help here, and as you kind of cast your eyes into the woods, your dark vision, giving everything as a shade of grey, really doesn't help. You see nothing in the woods, but you keep your guard up all the same.
Yeah.
And back to the away party.
We could deploy Homie. He could fly up there and attach the rope to something.
So as the patrol are making their way around the battlements, if we throw a rope up over one of the battlements, they're going to see it as they're on their way around. So we'll have to wait until they pass, throw the rope, climb up quickly, attach it, and then either take out the guard or hide ourselves away to stop from being spotted. Just thinking when we do eventually get inside.
Yes, avoiding the guards would be advantageous.
I mean, not to say we're going in right this second. We are, after all, it's supposed to be scouting, but so I don't know if we want to really alert them by knocking people out and leaving them unconscious or killing them even. We just want to take a look and then get out quickly. Could Homie take a look and tell you what he sees?
He could try. I don't know if he's the most stealthy contraption in the world. After all, he does use a propeller blade to force himself into the air. Although saying that, maybe if I got him to fly high enough, they wouldn't hear him. Oh, I don't know.
Good work.
Good work. I'm like looking through my spell list, just trying to think if there's anything I could do. A lot of these spells aren't helpful in this situation.
Now with adult humor.
The one time I get rid of spider climb, honestly. I could just quickly brew up another potion of flight. That's relatively quiet, and if you've got your hands to the wall, you can just essentially magically crawl up the wall.
Okay.
And yeah, from there, it'll be. I mean, you could free fall and get away quickly if you need to. All right. How
I'm just
about
trying
you?
to see how long that spider climb thing lasts for. One hour. So I could still actually just climb straight up.
And with you going up, then
So Crispy, just to give it like the gloves, is it? I know it's a once per day thing, but is it just casting the spell spider climb? That is essentially all it is.
Pretty much, yeah.
So yeah, so it would still be in effect for 1 hour then.
Yeah.
Well, for another 45 minutes maybe.
Yeah.
So I could just wait till the guard passes, quickly run up, peek over the top, take a look, and then jump back down before they make another pass.
yeah, that would work. If you take the potion of boldness, maybe it'll give you an edge.
Could have been right, slow him down.
Some sort of natural anchor.
He's scraping along the wall the entire time.
Oh god.
Well, yeah. I suppose with my key, I could potentially suppress the side effects.
So, are we going with that plan then?
Yeah.
Okay, so
So we'll try and time it right,
Yeah.
so as the patrol passes.
okay, so you sit for a minute or two and watch the passing of the torches, and you're fairly certain now, judging by the pattern, that there'd be a window after the second guard has gone round of probably about 50 seconds or so before the first guard would be back round to your side of the battlements, Ruin. So you wait, and as the second torch passes, you take a running jump at this wall. The gloves again magically adhere themselves to the side of this castle. Although you notice now that you're kind of pressed up against it, the stonework is clearly in need of some repair. It's got quite a fair few cracks in it. There's moss growing in places. Probably not particularly well looked after. But you have no difficulty in kind of raising yourself up to the edge of the battlements and peeking over. And now you've got this added advantage of kind of being on the same level. As you cautiously raise your head above the parapets, you can see that these two guards are patrolling along this wall, going away from you now. But you can see that there are a couple of others positioned on the other side of the castle, doing their own route. You count roughly 4, but you can also see that there appears to be a fair amount of equipment stored up here. There's quivers of arrows spaced at 10-yard intervals around the battlements, clearly prepared. Also appears to be a fairly large bell in the middle. You would guess this is for use by the sentries should they spot anything. But the main kind of feature is a kind of staircase leading down into the building itself.
Right. Are there any bedrolls kind of lying around up the top?
No, it doesn't seem so.
So,
So
they're only guarding up here. They don't actually sleep here, which means probably have a watch. Probably change watch. There's probably quite a few of them. Might not be so easy. Is there any, I guess, officer type among them, or are these just grunts?
it doesn't seem like there's anyone in charge up here. They're all kind of wearing the same kind of uniforms.
Like duck back down below the parapet, like
Okay.
out of sight,
Yep. So
but without
obviously
jumping across.
being close to the walls, if you're say 5 feet below the edge, they're not going to be able to see you from their patrol route, unless they were peering over walls, which none of them do. As you see the glow of the torches pass overhead again.
I'll sort of turn to Tarek and Havel and just explain what I've seen, and that there's a staircase that leads inside, and that there's probably more of them in there, and that, you know, they're quite well organized, quite well equipped, ready and alert. It's probably not going to be easy to break in, at least not without fighting through a lot of them. So,
I'm gonna like whisper back up. Do the grunts have any marks on them or anything? Any clues of who we're dealing with?
So most of these guys seem to be clad in what appears to be some sort of greenish cloak and a fairly nondescript scale mail. It seems very practical for blending into woodland, you would guess, rather than anything kind of overt or kind of coat of arms, that kind of thing. These guys are clearly a practical sort of troop rather than the often showpieces you'd see paraded in a lord's personal household.
in any case, it looks like they mean business. So, should we try and go further, or just call it quits and head back?
Well, it depends how safe you want to play it.
So, based on the patrols that are going on inside, is there a window perhaps that you could slip through, and to the staircase?
There don't appear to be windows as such. There are a few arrow slits, but they.
No, I mean, sorry, like a window of opportunity.
Oh, okay. You don't think so. The way the patrols are set up, it would be fairly easy for the guards to see what was going on.
Yeah, with the amount of light they have.
Yeah, there's no real large superstructure on top of these battlements to give you any cover as you try to dash in.
Nope, Tarek, I think we've learnt as much as we're going to here. We should probably turn back.
Very well.
Okay, I'll try and leap back across to the other side of the cliff.
Mm-hmm. So you obviously now are a little higher up, so it's a fairly simple matter to jump back across and do a kind of a forward roll to cushion your landing to quieten the noise. So yeah, you rendezvous with Tarek and Havel and explain to them everything that you've just seen.
Well, perhaps not as much as we would like to have known, but at the same time, we know that they are a serious outfit. We shouldn't really mess around too much with them. Maybe diplomacy will win the day.
With a price tag that big on the book, I wouldn't count on it, but I wouldn't be too far amiss to throw it aside just yet. You're free to try. But, if, I don't have any particular hopes for that working, if I'm honest.
No. Fighting our way through them could be quite difficult. No, we should discuss it with the others back at the camp.
Mm.
So, actually, that's another thing as well. From where they were doing their patrol, could we sneak across this side of the cliff without being spotted from up on the wall? And then, once they pass, we could just try and sprint across the bridge to save having to go across the river again.
You don't really know what line of sight the other two patrolling have. Given their position on the walls and the location of a bridge, you reckon that at least one of them is going to have line of sight on that bridge for. There's not really going to be a gap long enough for you to get all the way across it without being spotted. Do you think?
Okay.
Bridge is a reasonable size.
Well, looks like we'll have to cross the river again then. Should we head back now, or is there anything else we'd like to check?
I think we should be around Town Park.
Braxton, as you're watching, you hear another crack slightly off to your left. As you turn around to face it, you come face to face with a fairly startled-looking badger. It kind of stares at you for a little bit, and then you kind of lower your guard. It turns and makes good its escape into the darkness.
You making friends over there, Braxton?
Not by choice, but I'd rather that's the outcome rather than someone being behind us.
Okay, so you guys kind of make your way back to the cliff where you crossed in the same manner. Get yourselves back across. It doesn't take you long then to regroup with Triss, Braxton, and Rainier and give them a rough explanation of what you've just seen.
So they're a clearly quite capable force, well fortified, well prepared for any attacks. So breaking in from the outside would be too easy, and I imagine once we're on the inside, they'll have us well surrounded. So
we don't want to take them head on, if at all.
Probably not. And they'll have men up on the roof as well. As many as 6 that could fire down on us from parapets. So attacking, wouldn't be great. I'm sure Havel could probably pick off a few of them, but not before they fill us full of holes.
Doesn't sound so good for us.
No. So the only other thing is if we get inside, we can hope that maybe there's not as many of them on the ground floor as there is on the roof. And maybe we outnumber them, or outmatch them at least. Or we could try and get them to meet somewhere other than the fort. If this book is as important to them as 15,000 gold, perhaps we could persuade them to meet in a more agreeable location.
The issue is we're dealing with the mercenaries and not the actual buyer. So they won't care in the same way. It depends on how much pressure their client is putting on them.
anyone who's willing to pay 15,000 gold for a book clearly wants it very badly.
So
We could make up a pretense, perhaps, if yourself and Rainier maybe could say that you want to meet somewhere more open, where they're less likely to be ambushed.
it stands to reason, though, that our best chance of finding out who they're working for is getting inside there.
As this is going on, you can see Rainier casting her eyes back and forward as you guys are talking, and clearly becoming less and less comfortable with this idea. Guys, these aren't really the kind of people we want to be messing around. They're, well, clearly even more organised than I originally thought. Not really the kind of enemies I'm looking to make here. Right.
Then again, it is hard to make a decision until we know more. I say we send someone invisible in.
Well,
How long can you stay
we just
invisible
had
for,
the
Tori?
opportunity.
If I've got time to concentrate, I could be invisible for up to an hour.
I guess you could wander in and have a look and see. You could go straight over the bridge this time, if you're invisible.
Yes, I could.
Masterpiece sketches.
Ooh.
Some renditions and his
That is if everyone is okay with this. I mean, you know, we could be very much in a bad position if I'm caught.
I have no better idea.
Well, there's also the case of the fact that what are you going to do if the door's closed? What if it's guarded? You're not going to be able to slip in even with your invisibility.
It's not the first time I've made my way through a locked door.
Okay. So do we go now while it's still dark, or are you waiting till light?
I've got to get it over with as quickly as possible, actually. Just get the tension out the way.
Well, we can watch from cover across the other side of the bridge in case you get into any trouble.
Okay. I was just thinking if there's anything clever I could do to really help me on this mission. My thoughts were like, could I put a glyph of warding on the front door? Just like running out like, Friends, help! Just an explosion. And then I realised they don't have glyph of warding prepared, which is a bad day. Wait.
Are you the only person you can turn invisible?
I mean, I can turn other people invisible if you really want.
Because my only other thought is that obviously I can get out of places pretty much instantly if needs be. With the whole door thing.
That is true. I do suggest if we do that plan, you take the necklace.
The necklace?
Yeah, the necklace, and I take it off and give it to her. The necklace of magical concealment.
Oh, that one. Okay. That works.
Okay, so Triss, you take the necklace from Torek and slip it on. It then produces a vial of what you assume to be invisibility potion.
This is the invisibility and not the potion of boldness, right?
Yeah, this is a Actually, it's not a potion at all. It's a needle.
Oh god. Okay. Stab me and let's get on with it.
Stab her in the thigh with the needle.
Mm-hmm. So,
Casting a level 2 invisibility. Oh, what happens if I turn it up to level 3? Pretty simple. At third level, you can target one additional character. Great, honestly. Yeah, but it's a third level spell.
Yeah, fair enough.
Ooh. I might as well just use two level slots rather than a third level slot,
Oh, fair enough.
That's only if, we both need to be invisible right then and now, The advantage of doing it that way is we do it in one action.
And if it's a concentration, you'd only be able to maintain the one spell at a time.
Exactamundo. So I stab you with the needle, and it's kind of like chameleons your skin. It makes you invisible.
Like a really cold shower. Okay.
So the rest of you kind of watch as Triss fades from your sight. You can kind of see the slight indentation in the soil as she turns and makes her way down towards this bridge. But you must commend Torek for his work here. He's done a good job on this potion. You can, even knowing she's there, you can't see any of her, especially in the darkness. So Triss, you make your way down to the edge of this bridge, and like the castle up ahead, this clearly isn't in the best of conditions, but looks sturdy enough. The original construction was clearly made using good timber. So with one last look to your companions, you make your way over the bridge, and it's a fairly sizable bridge here. You'd reckon it's probably a good 60 feet before you've reached the other side. There've been a few creaks, but nothing that sounds particularly dangerous from the timber boards as you cross. But you find yourself now at the other side of the river, looking up at these walls, and you can see that to your left, as the battlements kind of curve away, there's a staircase leading up to what appears to be the upper levels.
Is there any other door anywhere, or is it just the staircase?
Not at ground level, no. Interestingly enough, this seems to be a fairly differently designed castle.
I'm gonna head up that staircase then.
Mm-hmm. So, as you make your way towards the top, you stop for a moment as you can kind of hear the footfall of the guards up ahead, and there's a glow of torchlight as one of the patrols passes by. So you tentatively stick your head out. You can't come face to face with an elven archer on his roost. Although you kind of freeze for a moment, he makes no real reaction. Which is nice to know that Torek's potion is actually working. So as Rulin described to you, you can see that the main castle, the actual battlements themselves are the upper level here. The staircase he mentioned, though, is clearly visible in the centre of it. So, having waited for the guards to pass, you slink across into the centre of his castle. You must say it's a tool you wish you'd had back in your days of booklifting. But to your luck, you find that the castle's door leading down to this staircase appears to be open.
I'm gonna try and stealthily cast detect magic before I barrel through.
The doorway has no magic in it. It's just a regular old door.
Fabulous. I'll creep on through the door.
Mm-hmm. So as you make your way down the staircase, you can see that the interior is actually fairly cramped. You find yourself in a small corridor that clearly backs onto what is the barracks, where these mercenaries have got their bedroll set up. You can hear a few voices inside there. And as you cast your eyes in cautiously round the door, you can see a few elves. A couple of them sat playing a game of, it's a gambling game of knucklebones from the looks of it. But it's a room that you would probably expect a mercenary's quarters to look like. There are, whetstones placed at the end of beds, armor stands, some of them empty, some of them with kind of a scale nail stood up here. It looks like they've been here for a while, but it's still not really luxurious. But the other end of the corridor seems to turn off around a corner.
I'll probably head down that way. I don't imagine I'll find much in their barracks.
So, leaving that behind you, you make your way deeper into the castle's interior. And as you turn, you find yourself again with another doorway off to your left here. This one, however, you don't hear anything coming from it, save for a small kind of scratching kind of noise. But the door is slightly ajar.
If I peer through, can I see anything?
You cast your eyes through the gap in the door, and you can see a little bit of room, enough to reveal a desk. And sat at this desk is a stunty figure. You recognise him as a dwarf, busy writing away at something with a quill and an ink pot next to him. From where you're stood, you can't really see what it is he's doing, but he's got his back to you.
The hinges on the door, do they look rusty and old?
They're kind of black wrought iron. They look about the same age as the castle.
Okay, so they have a high chance of creaking if I open the door.
You would not really know, but you'd suspect.
Okay. And I can't see anything that he's writing.
Not from this far away, no.
I'm gonna just use prestidigitation as like a little puff of wind, and also kind of tow the door open just and so wide enough for me to get out, kind of hoping to mimic a bit of a breeze coming down the corridor.
Okay, so you do this, and the door, as you guessed, kind of creaks a little bit. However, a draft of wind kind of blows a paper onto the book that the dwarf's writing on. You can see, he kind of looks to the door, sees it's open a bit, obviously can't see you standing in it. You see him readjust his robes, pulling the hood a little kind of lower over his head to presumably keep the draft out, before giving it no real thought and going back to what he was writing.
Okay, I'm gonna sort of quietly as possible come over and see if I can get a glance at what he's writing.
So Triss, as you sneak up behind him, it appears that he's working on some correspondence of some sort. There's another letter that appears to be what he is replying to. And it seems to be penned in a certain kind of handwriting that you recognise.
Oh no.
So the letter that he's clearly received goes as follows. Foromark, on opening that gnome's box, your suspicions were confirmed. We have reason to believe that there might be more of these sites littered throughout the Empire. Alistair has retrieved an artifact that has proven to be most interesting. We fully expect that by the end of the month we will be able to pursue our plans. To that end, I will arrange for funding to be provided to you to conduct any further research you deem necessary. I've recalled Alistair. His purpose has been served in the south. I hereby authorise you to act in his stead. You are to be given a free hand in the Empire. Do not fail me. And then it's signed with a Q.
Okay. Triss is gonna step out into the corridor again. And is there anything further down in the direction that she had been going?
No, it appears that the corridor terminates there.
Okay. Am I alone in the corridor?
You are, yes. There's nobody here. The fortress seems quite quiet other than people you've seen so far.
Okay. I'll take a step back down the corridor a couple of steps in case the dimension door has some light, and I'll step in and back to the group.
Okay, so the rest of you see this rift appear in the air, and whilst you can't see Triss emerge from it, you kind of put two and two together and realise what's happened.
Don't you realize that all that stuff was
Did you learn anything?
Yeah, we have a situation. We need to leave now, probably. Alistair is involved in this. He's not there, but there is a dwarf who's acting Alistair while he is not here. There was a letter signed by someone with the initial Q.
Quintilius.
I guess about. Yeah, they're after more sites, and Torek, it seems like they've been able to get into your box.
doesn't it?
Torek just nods softly, and then turns to the fortress and goes, "Why don't we get on the offensive for once?"
How many people did I see in those barracks?
So you saw two people in those barracks,
Two in
Plus the 6 on the
plus
roof.
the four on the walls.
four.
Well, it was 2 patrolling and there was 4 inside, wasn't there?
Sorry, no, as in 4 in total. So it was 2 in the
okay.
first patrol, 2 in the second patrol for a total of 4. Should make it a bit more clear.
Plus the
Would-
dwarf. And no other rooms where anyone else could have been.
No, it wasn't a massive interior. The walls are clearly quite thick.
Well, what do you think?
I say we could sneak in again, try and slay them. And if we don't find the gold in the fortress, then they clearly never had any intention to pay us at all. So, no crying over spilt gold.
We could potentially find more information in there also. This dwarf, his name Fromac?
Foromac, yes.
Foromac. Perhaps he'd be willing to come quietly once we deal with his guards. He could.
Hold on, disconnected from lobby. What's going on there?
I have?
No, my game just crashed. Give me a moment.
Oh, okay. So probably all going to get kicked.
Yep.
Well, we
There it goes.
There it is.
There he is.
yeah, we can carry on for now. But,
Yeah, you can carry on. But new server's up, so you should be able to hop back again.
yeah. So if we deal with the guards, we could potentially take the dwarf alive. Maybe he could tell us a little more about Quintilius and Alistair and what it is exactly that they're up to.
That's a possibility.
Well, let's not rule out his death entirely. Nothing like the coming demise of someone to loosen his tongue.
So now we just need to work out our plan of attack. Through the front door, blast everything to smithereens, or up and over the walls and take them from above.
We could do a little of both. If we can get a couple of people in through the main building stealthily, a couple of people around the outside, and launch an attack sort of simultaneously on the guards, and then we take everyone inside.
Sure. Havel and I could probably make our way up onto the walls. Torek as well, possibly. Well,
I could probably help if we were to act as if we were going ahead with this. I might be able to draw a few of them out onto the bridge. It might make them a bit more vulnerable.
That's a good idea, and I'm still invisible, so I can stay with you.
we could draw the guards up on the wall to that direction as well, leaving us able to sneak up and over the wall.
Yeah, Braxton, do you want to stay with Rainier kind of obviously, and it looks like she's come out with some protection for the journey?
Sounds good to me. I won't be good trying to sneak anywhere.
Okay. Let's do that.
Good work.
Well, I think they were expecting us to do a morning rendezvous. Maybe we should get some rest before it all kicks off.
It's pushing
Not
back
a bad
again.
Awesome.
idea.
How long a rest do you think we have time for?
A short rest because you are camping in a forest.
Yes, yes.
Of course, yes.
I was
So,
just asking for reasons.
Yes, I know why you're asking. So yeah, obviously for tactical reasons, no fire tonight, but you guys make yourselves fairly comfortable. Well, you can see Renee is clearly not used to the woods. And Tris, you could probably vouch for this, is fairly used to a life of hardship, so it doesn't take her too long to settle in and get herself comfortable against a tree. So you guys managed to get a few hours of downtime. It's probably about 5 hours before the sun is up properly enough to kind of consider it morning time. So Tris, you'll get your dimension door back, the slot you used because short rest.
I should have rolled my dice as well on that.
You should have.
Oh well, doesn't matter.
But yeah, short rest. So it's back anyway. Yeah, Renee is clearly a little nervous at this, but she tries to put a brave face on it. So I guess I'm going to need that book then.
Torek?
I thought I gave it to Braxton.
Okay, right. Remember, because I said I don't know how your mind works.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Please tell me you have it, Torek.
You're checking my pockets, no one freak out.
Do you not want to check the bag?
Oh yeah, the bag of holding. I'll reach in.
So Tarek, you reach in and to your relief, you find that the book is still there.
That is good.
Okay. So, is that the plan then?
I'm assuming at this stage I'm not actually still invisible anymore, though.
No, you aren't.
Oh, no.
Tarek, you don't regain spell slots, do you?
No, spell slots gone. So my resources are a little drained. I also can't prepare anything new for the situation.
Okay,
But
that's fine.
yeah, I've still got stealthy recon spell. Maybe we
Well,
can make some.
Tris, you do know what the inside of the building looks like, so
First time in this country.
could get yourself and Torek inside.
Or I could stay in a position where I can see what you guys are doing on the edge of the building and then zip myself up.
True.
With anybody who needs to be kind of carried up with me, I can bring a passenger.
Okay. Well,
What I'll do is stay hidden down at the bottom with Rainier and Braxton. If they need me there, I'm there, or if not, I can head up wherever it's needed.
Did you just say you can transport multiple people?
Yeah, 2 of us.
Well, they said come alone. Why don't you keep the night with you here, and that way I can go, and it might not arouse any suspicions when I meet them.
Okay. Anyone have any objections to that?
The only thing I'd say is keep in telepathic with her, because if things hit the fan, they could kill her.
Rainier, are you okay if I get inside your head a little bit while this happens?
She looks at you kind of quizzically, but then, given that she's just seen you come out of the portal, and just kind of shrugs. I suppose so.
Okay. Do you lot need to get on the other side of the river again, or?
yes. Once more into the bag, dear Torek.
It goes in the bag where it gets
And yeah, okay, we'll make our way down river again, so we're out of sight of the crossover.
Yep. Okay, so Havel, this time it's looking like you're going to have to get your feet wet with Torek's potion drunk.
Yeah.
Can I get in the bag?
You can get in the bag, actually. It'll just mean that you've only got 5 minutes between you. But Rulin should make that.
I feel like Rulin can do it.
Can I get in the bag as well? If you want?
Just put it in the river.
Just hurl you across, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I didn't realise you could.
It's generally the rule is you have 10 divided by how many people are in their minutes worth of oxygen before everyone starts choking.
Okay. Well,
so
yeah,
the more people, the less duration. But
yeah, for the few seconds it'll take me to run across the river, and then yeah. So I guess those gloves as well. They're a once a day thing, so I can use them again now. I guess if it's morning.
Yeah, I'd say that would count as.
Yep. So I can up the cliff.
Mm-hmm. So you guys, Tarek and Havel, Tarek again, you tie a rope to your waist, and Havel, you kind of cling onto the rope as after Tarek. You kind of get lowered into that inky blackness, but it's not for long as Rulin again quite adeptly crosses the river and scales the cliff before releasing you on the other sid. Tris, Braxton, you follow Rainier down and take up a kind of good position. There's a little bit of a raised bit slightly back from the bridge that you can kind of peer over. Kind of rocks give you some fairly good cover, but also a very good sight line on this bridge. So as you do that, Rainier's kind of clearly trying to work herself up to this. But again, she's trying to put on a brave face, so turns to you guys. Do you think they're ready now?
Can I see them on the other side of the river?
Not from your current position, but it's been a reasonable amount of time. You reckon they've probably got to where they are.
Pretty fast. We should be okay. How are you doing?
I'm well, a little bit nervous, but it seems that we've got a good plan, so I'm quite happy that it'll work out in the end.
It should do. And if it doesn't, you're always more than welcome to join us a little more permanently if you need some work outside of Woden. Triss is going to tune into her head as well and just say, this is what it's like. I'll be in contact the whole time.
again, she's clearly a little shocked at this, but to her credit, she adapts fairly quickly and then gives you a nod and a psychic. All right, I'm off then. Then the containment field in her hands, she makes her way to the edge of the bridge. And as she gets there, you can kind of hear a bell in the distance. The sentries have clearly spotted her.
There's that bell.
And Triss, the kind of telepathic link means you're able to almost see and hear through her eyes and ears as this is going on. So as Rainier's stood kind of towards your side of the bridge, about a third of the way across, she can see that the top of the battlements are manned by a couple of guards. But coming down the staircase from the outside of the castle, seems to be what is the commanding officer of this particular outfit. A tall elf with a markedly noble atmosphere to him, and he's flanked by two of his men. They stay at the castle end of the bridge, but the captain walks out into the middle.
Is this the
Rainier,
first time I've seen the captain?
yes, you don't recognise him.
So I didn't see him last night when I was poking around.
No, although you suspect it might have been one of the guys in the barracks that you didn't really see clearly.
Okay.
But yes, this captain strolls out into the middle of the bridge, and Rainier moves forward to meet him. Ah, a punctual one, I see. That's good. I appreciate that. Yes. Well, your conditions were quite clear. As you can see, I've come alone, and I have the item that we'd agreed upon. Yes, I can see that. It appears to still be in very good condition. I must applaud you for your professionalism. Well, please, sir, my reputation is my livelihood here. I only deal in the finest quality goods. Now, about my reward. Yes, of course. Here, let me. And he reaches into his cloak and pulls out, say, a fairly sizable bag. He offers this out to Rainier with one hand and extends his own. And the exchange is made. And you can see he's curiously looking at this book for a moment, but his professionalism gets the better of him, and he puts his curiosity aside. If you would like to check the contents of the bag, I'm sure you will be quite happy with the outcome of this.
While
It's
this
true.
is going on, is there anyone up on the battlements kind of watching what's going on, or is it just the three people?
We lost you halfway through. Is anyone?
Is there anyone watching what's happening, or is it the three people on the bridge and Rainier?
So you have the captain and Rainier in the middle of the bridge. His two kind of escorts towards the end of the bridge at the castle side, and then two more elves on the battlements, it would seem.
Okay, and we haven't been able to see any of our group up there yet.
Rainier can't really see because the cliff is raised, but Rulin and Batter are in the position where they were in that cliff face, ready to kind of hop across onto the walls.
Okay.
But Triss, the image you're getting from Rainier is she's kind of looking down, opening this bag, and you could see the very distinctive luster of platinum coins in this bag. There's enough in there to make somebody very wealthy. And this is, clearly reflected. You could feel Rainier's emotions as she's kind of rustling through this. The pure elation of this big payoff. And she starts counting. Oh yes, this is exactly right. Perfect. Thank you very much. Yes, don't mention it. And then Triss, you feel a horrible jolt of pain, and you watch as Rainier drops the bag onto the bridge. It seems that beneath the bag, while she was distracted, the captain has stuck his dagger right into her stomach. You watch in horror as Rainier crawls to her knees. You can see some of the platinum coins escaping and rolling between cracks in the woods to the river below. But the captain gathers what's left in the bag, and last things you see before the link is severed is him turning away and walking back across the bridge, book in hand.
2 words. 2 words is all I need.
Triss is going to grab Braxton. Braxton, where are we going? Bridge, inside, or on the top?
Inside, where he's heading.
Okay. I'll take us to just outside where the dwarves' office was.
Okay. In which case, I'm going to need a rubber to get rid of all this.
Man, I was really hoping Crispy would just be like, roll initiative.
You know what, screw it.
There's still time.
Triss, you appear in the little space outside the study. There's no one in it. Braxton, you kind of take a while to get your bearings.
While Braxton's kind of getting his bearings, I'm going to quickly rush in and rifle through and see if anything leaps out at me.
So you look through his desk, and you can see that there's clearly stuff here that would suggest that there's a serious kind of logistical effort here of kind of paying off various informants, mercenaries, and contacts. It all looks, fairly administrative. But before you can really get any real insight into it, Braxton, you can see the doorway. How the door opens and the captain walks in. Obviously, not being invisible, he catches you right in the corridor. Wait, what the? How did you? Men to arms! Everybody roll initiative.
What about the people outside? Did we get on the Batman yet?
Nope, you guys. So, you guys who are waiting outside, you are on this cliff around here. Braxton, you're in this little. In fact, why don't I?
Oof, that's not too shabby.
Braxton,
Oh, that's better.
Got the same initiative as the last battle there. What do you know?
You can scale yourselves down to fit the tiles.
You might want to lock the board.
Yeah, I'll do that now. That's alright. That's captain's escorts are
From this angle, could I have seen what's her face die?
probably. You'd get a reasonably good look out over the bridge.
Awesome, thank you.
And I need to do some rolling.
Rolling.
My thoughts are I'd send out Homie to what's her face's body.
What's the face? Excuse me?
What? You're excused.
Problem with multiplying these. A lot of initiative to roll.
All this time, Titus has been waiting for some combat.
Oh no, yeah.
This is it.
We need to just put
What should I
messages in
just
the
roll?
chat like, "Whoa, what an amazing combat!"
I wish we had more combat like this.
That was insane, man.
Actually,
Titus
might as well have him on the board, seeing as he's in the building. Alrighty, so Rulin, you hear this shout from on the cliff, and you kind of put two and two together and realise that
We've been rumbled.
yeah, something is clearly not right here.
Rumored.
So you're up first.
Well, probably should have left you both in the bag of holding, and I could have jumped across, climbed up, and let you out up there. But
Shove him back in.
So have we figured out how everyone's going to get up onto there? Because Rulin can do it easily. You can just climb straight up. Havel and Torek going to be okay climbing up?
Carry on,
I'm sure I'll work out something.
Good, Havel?
I don't know how I'm gonna get up.
Okay. Here's what we'll do. Rulin will leap across to the wall, climb up. Now, before he just throws himself up over the top, he'll peek and have a look at what's going on, where any guards might be.
So you can see that two of these. This map doesn't really show elevation well, but these two here are on the main battlement themselves, kind of heading towards the stairs where their captain's just called from.
Which would be these?
Yeah, so going down that way.
So can I crouch down low to avoid being spotted by these, or on the top of the battlement, or would they just see me immediately?
They'd see you if you're on top of the battlement. You'd have to be kind of hanging on the wall for that to work.
Alright, fuck it then. I'll just climb straight up onto the top. I'll pull a rope from my pack, tie a nice knot around the battlement, and toss it over the side for Havel.
Oh, cheers.
And that would be an action, I guess.
So having secured this rope, you draw your spear and turn to face these guards. They've clearly seen you now and are approaching you.
Yep. And then that'll probably be it, to be honest. Are they armed with bows? Swords?
Yeah, they seem to have their bows out, but they have
bows.
swords at their waist.
Okay, then I will, as a bonus action, I'll spend a key point to take the dodge action,
Okay.
predicting that they might start shooting.
Okay, so Havel, you see this rope kind of get tossed out to you, and quite deftly catch it.
Cool. So I suppose I'll use the rope to go up.
Mm-hmm. So you kind of swing across the gap, and as you kind of brace yourself from the impact with your legs, use the rope to pull yourself up and over the battlements. you land next to Rulin, and you can see these guys readying their shots.
Excellent. Words I like to hear. Bum. So that was just movement, that one?
Yes.
Okay.
Because he'd given you the rope, so it wasn't actually too difficult a maneuver.
Okay. So these guys are all underneath us. It's just these two, isn't it?
Yeah, this is bad
Yeah,
for
yeah,
that, but
yeah,
think of it as being a flat roof, essentially, and these guys being a floor below, and you fighting these two on top of the battlements. So the main kind of stairwell to the kind of underside of this is kind of roughly there.
Okay. Now we get to test out Crispy's rules on this magic ring.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be any two known spells. I can change one
component of one of the spells
One
replaced with one from the other.
Yeah.
Or the matching one, so the range could be swapped out, say, or whatever.
So amount of ammunition affected versus amount of ammunition affected.
Yeah, could be.
So cordon of arrows affects 6 arrows, whereas lightning arrows only affects 1 arrow.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see where I'm going with this?
Okay, so I'm guessing that's what you're going to be doing here.
Well, I thought I'd put it up to you because
Yeah, well, that's within the parameters of the item.
Okay. Well, sure. Why not? I'll cast lightning arrows. Bonus action. Oh, that's a good point. So, how are we doing this? Does it come under like the same cast? If it's an action for casting it.
It doesn't affect the ring. Just is a passive that applies to whatever the spell is. It doesn't actually need an action in itself to use. It just changes the spell that you're casting. So if it's a spell that is a bonus action, it will still be a bonus action.
Cool. Yeah. So lightning arrows is a bonus action, and like while I cast it at 3rd level, essentially in his mind's eye, Havel's going to be thinking really hard about affecting more than 1 arrow this time, and the ring's kind of gonna get this like little wispy blue light around it for a moment until I draw the first arrow. So I'm going to fire.
First of all, you're going to roll me a d20.
Oh, yeah, good point.
13. So let's have a look. Amazing. So, Havel, you kind of picture how you want this spell to go, and the winds of magic respond to this, channeled through this ring. The air around you shimmers for a little bit, and 6 arrows in your quiver start to hum with electricity. However, you also have the unintended consequence that you can now taste colours.
Wait, is this colours that I see, or is it just any colour that I touch my tongue to?
Any colour that you touch your tongue to.
Oh, we're gonna have fun with this. Alright.
Torek, roll me an Arcana.
Yes, absolutely. I get this now. Well,
Still a 12.
You can see that this ring is... I mean, you know that magic is a very temperamental thing. It's really what the Artificer is all about, is bringing order to that chaos. What Havel is doing is essentially taking that chaos and beating it with a bat, stirring it up, and then putting it into a very unstable spell. You can see here that Havel is at risk of maybe causing more than he intends when he uses this ring, due to the unstable nature of magic.
What's going on?
Oh, is there a list of 20 things that can happen?
There is, and it is one that I've come up with myself and cherry picked.
That's beautiful.
Some of them very good, some of them very bad, some of them very weird.
I kind of want to just figure them out. Don't tell me.
And they'll all be the same. So you've already rolled the 13
So
on that.
13 is taste color. We
So
know
you
that.
can taste color.
I've got a friend who wrote a table like that, and some entries were fucking weird. There was one where, like, a butterfly flies up to you and explains a plot point.
As you do. Chris is scribbling this down now.
From a DM who was just clearly fed up of players like murder hoboing anyone who was going to give an explanation.
Oh, fucking brilliant. Right, with my newfound powers, what I'll do is I'll fire one at number 3 first. How far away are these two? Is this 5 foot squares or is it a little
5 foot squares again? So
still, yeah, just making sure it was thingy. So I'll go for number 3 first.
Mm-hmm.
With 1 arrow, and that will be does a 29 hit?
29 hits.
Amazing.
Disgusting.
So what is it on hit? Target takes 4d8 lightning damage. $22.
So you see this bolt of energy strike out as this arrow impacts the scale mail, and he's visibly stunned for a little bit while this happens.
Wonderful.
He kind of lowers his bow a little as the shock shakes his body.
Okay, and well, you know what? Might as well. Same again, number 3. Oh, it's only a 14.
This time, as you fire, the convulsions from the electricity have made him kind of fairly unpredictable as his body jolts in uncontrolled directions, and you manage to just slot this one underneath his right armpit.
Okay, and you take half as much damage on a miss. Oh wait, do you want me to do it as 2? Or do you want me to roll 4? And
That's fine. That's basically fine, isn't it? So what's that?
I just wanted to make sure. Yeah. Cool.
Okay, so these Rulen, you watch as these bolts of solidified electricity strike this target. You've seen Havel do this before, but it seems now he's been imbued with a certain boost to his power.
Cool.
Alrighty, so number 1. Which one is that? So, hearing the kind of call of his captain, one of the guards who'd been escorting him previously charges through Braxton. As he sees you, there's a moment of surprise, but you recognise a well-disciplined soldier here, and he very quickly recovers and draws 2 arrows, which he knocks simultaneously and fires at you. So that is going to be a 21 and actually that's definitely a miss. So it's 2 misses. The soldier, he recovered fast, but not before you managed to raise your shield in time. Both of these arrows strike against the reinforced plating. You make a note to thank Torek later, as these arrows kind of scatter off into the floor. Now, Torek, you're up.
Cool. I'm thinking I could save Trissa's friend here. Each square here, did you say it was
Is
10?
5
Oh,
feet
sorry,
each
5,
square.
okay. So, Homie can fly at 30, I believe. Actually,
Mhm.
no, his turn is directly after mine, so actually I'm going to leave him in that square
Okay.
and have him investigate the body afterward. So, using my bonus action to integrate with him and give him commands to
Yeah.
actually do that. And I'm actually going to approach the wall and start climbing.
Okay, so you take a running leap and grab onto the rope that was left after Havel has climbed. You pull yourself up again. It's a much easier task now that Rulin's tied that rope there, and you manage to pull yourself up and hop across.
Cool. And oh, I'm sorry. Which ones were Havel shooting at from here?
Number 3.
Oh,
So
and this is the building in between us.
No, this is a flat roof. The ones kind of in the middle here are a floor below, essentially.
Is there any cover nearby?
Not on top of this roof. The building is clearly designed to repel attacks from the outside. And I've just realised I've forgotten to put Thormac on the initiative tracker. Clearly startled, he's missed a turn.
Hi, what did I do?
No, sorry, Chris, I forgot to put the dwarf on the initiative tracker. So I just rolled a thing for him. So yeah, you don't really have cover against these guys. They're, but also they don't have cover against you. So it's just a kind of an open roof here that you're battling across with a kind of a descent down those stairs in the middle.
I don't think I've got anything. Well, I mean, I could use the acid flask gun, but the ammo is a little expensive for now. I think I'm gonna just play it safe for now. Take the dodge action, and I doubt I've got any movement left from the rope. But I'm essentially just gonna focus on keeping myself alive and think about, if a situation arises where I can use a good spell. And also my presence helps these two from if I get a what's it called? Very clever flash of genius.
A very clever.
A very clever moment.
Thing, yeah.
A smart time. Okay, so you again pull yourself over these battlements and see the archers at the other side of the roof here, and decide to make yourself a hard target for them. And then the homunculus.
And the homunculus does have a movement of 30 feet, so it's just going to use both of its actions to dash.
Okay.
And so these grid lines are a little
yeah, they're a little hazy.
Here,
can we measure that? Would that help? So what's that? It's about. Well, I guess since it's diagonal, if we say 1 is 5 foot.
The diagonal reference of one square is about 1 or 1.1.
Yeah.
So 12 would be okay.
Yep. So
okay,
let's move him.
Yes. Yes. That makes the wargamer in me very happy.
Now roll to charge. So the homunculus kind of whizzes down following this cliff here. Moves towards Rainier, who I will add a marker for. Let me just remember how to put that in. Player prompts. Go. Alrighty, so that's just for a point of reference here. Going to be Rainier. Okay, so he's buzzing down that cliff. Still a little while away, but getting there.
Yeah, awesome.
Cool. So that brings us on to Triss and Captain. So we're going to have a roll off here, Triss.
I also forgot to do my roll after I did the dimension door. Am I able to do that now?
Yeah.
Damn, I thought it was going to last 15. Oh well, okay.
No luck, but you did manage to get into the building bypassing that kill zone of the bridge.
Yeah.
Okay, Triss, so you go first.
Okay. So I'm going to move to the door, peek out, see what's going on, and then I am going to... Oh god, what am I going to do? Hold on, just bear with me a quick second. Difficult terrain. Okay, I am going to cast Evard's Black Tentacles. And what's the area? 20 foot squared. So 5, 10, 15. Hold on. 20 foot squared. Does that kind of start 20 by 20? Yeah, it's 20 by 20.
Yeah, 20 by 20.
Right, so I'm going to aim for this sort of area. Some of it's going to hit wall. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Some of it's going to hit the wall. But these two guys are going to end up sort of smack bang in the middle of it.
Okay, so
Oh god, this is a very thick line.
do roughly that. Oh, that's crap, isn't it? That's honestly.
Try. No, that's not.
Yeah, you select box and then it gives you that. You know, it's not the best system, but we'll make it work.
Oh no.
Tell you what, let's. We know where it is.
Hold on, who's that with the snazzy lines, guy? Sorry, I got so distracted by that I forgot what I was doing. So yeah, this is the tentacles in the 20-foot square.
Okay.
They're now difficult terrain, and when the creature enters the area for the first time or starts their turn there, they must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 3d6 bludgeoning damage and be restrained.
Alrighty.
A creature that starts its turn in the area and is already restrained by the tentacles takes the damage. And they can use their action to make a strength or a dexterity check, their choice.
Okay, so the tentacles burst forwards and on the start of their turns, they'll make those saves.
Probably take a couple of steps back into the room.
Mm-hmm. So Braxton, as you lower your shield to reassess the situation, you see these dark tentacles emerging from the cracks in the flagstones here, snaking up towards the guard captain and his escort there. You can see they're obviously looking quite alarmed at this, but neither of them have been grabbed just yet.
Hold on, before that happens as well, do another roll. Okay.
No dice. So the captain is going to need to make a wisdom saving throw, is that? Or dexterity, did you say?
Dexterity. Dex 17.
Dexterity. 17, okay. So the captain, not waiting to hang around here, does a diving combat roll away from these tentacles and gets outside the area. But he's a fairly smart cookie, and he knows that Braxton here is clearly a problem, but a magic wielder in tight confines like this can be even worse. So Triss, he's going to barge through this door and take some attacks at you. So that is a hit and a miss. So you can take a little bit of damage here. 8 damage, Triss, as his sword manages to find you. Wasn't the best blow he's ever given, but considering how he was fairly quick to get out of that mess, you realise he's just trying to, get you out of the picture before you can unleash any more monstrosities. Okay. So 2 and 3. 2 here, not knowing this has gone on, bursts through the door, only to stumble into this field of tentacles. So he's going to have to roll. So he bursts through the door, sees the tentacles, immediately kind of stops and just hops backwards. The elven agility playing to his advantage there. So he stops in the door and assesses the situation for a minute before seeing Braxton, and he kind of comes to a conclusion that his best option here is probably going to be to use his bow. So he knocks some arrows Braxton as he takes aim for you again. This one, however, has a bit more luck with his aim. Having just lowered your shield to watch the tentacles, these two manage to find their way to the armor behind, so you can take a little bit of damage. Uh, 19 damage, Braxton.
Ouch.
Yeah, you can see as you pull out one of his arrows that he's using bodkin tips, and that has done a number on a very small area of your armor. Not massively deep, but worrying that they have that kind of hardware. And then number 3. So still a little bit surprised from his electric shock. Avaley recognises you now as a fairly important threat. Being an archer himself, he knows what kind of damage you can do, so he's going to fire a shot at you. But he's also going to fire a shot at Rulin here, who was the first up, who he assumes is therefore a commander of some sort, so against Havel.
Disadvantage against Rulin.
Yep. So, Havel, that is going to be a... What's your AC? That's a hit. So 9 damage to you. As an arrow catches you in the thigh. And then Rulin. This one, you see it coming from a mile away and kind of deflect it with a spin kick, and it goes clattering off against a cliff in the background somewhere.
Nice.
Alrighty. And Braxton, we're going to need a roll off for you and number 4.
Plus.
So, again, seeing that you guys have come up, this guy, he takes a bit more careful aim. He's going to fire one of them at Rulin and one at Torek. So, Rulin. Again, the arrow is traveling for a fairly long time over this kind of distance. You have more than enough time to just almost carelessly dodge this. And then against Torek.
Elsewhere, it's a
Torek, your innate smallness is working in your favour here, and the arrow just does not find you as you're kind of dipping and ducking away at various strange angles. It kind of hits the side of one of these battlements and just ricochets off into the roof somewhere. Alrighty. So, Rulin, having dodged these arrows, you're now up again. You obviously seen Havel pummel one of them, but you can kind of hear the clamour downstairs that lets you know that something is going on down there.
This is the the stairs over here to get down, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Let's see. So across here, it's just a flat surface, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. So I could go down, or let's say. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Braxton, yeah, of course.
I completely got that one up, didn't I? Sorry, Rich. I'm not trying to screw you over.
I got a second.
So, question about Triss's tentacles. Is it selective with targets, or will it hit me if I go into the area?
It will hit you because it's any creature.
Okay. Is it on this square right by the door?
No. I don't think.
No, it's these ones you said originally. So because of all the walls, I guess these kind of 9 here and then the 2 here. So you'd be fine there.
I keep forgetting I've got to push the talk on. Charge into the captain then. I'm going to do that bonus action. Let me double check what it was called.
I think it's called Rage.
Branding Smite, that sounds like the one. Yeah, Branding Smite, which is a bonus action, and if I, on my next hit while I'm concentrating, it adds an extra 2d6.
Okay.
So I'll throw both attacks into this guy.
Sure, roll them up.
That's a 12 and an 18.
So as you come in and swing down, the captain seems to react almost too quickly for a man in scale armor, but he brings his blade round, and as he kind of brings himself round, he contorts in a very quite a flexible manner, but the blade comes up in time to parry. You reckon that the plate mail as you charge probably gave you away, but this guy clearly has reflexes.
That's me up.
Alright, sorry, Brulin, now you're up. Carl?
Yep, I was muted. So if I get to the top of a staircase, is it like what's the distance to travel down the stairs? Would it just be like
Say about 10 feet, something like that, down that staircase?
So from what I can figure out, it would be my exact full amount of movement to get to the bottom of that staircase there.
Mm-hmm.
So, or do I want to try and deal with these guys up here? But Braxton's going to get overwhelmed down here. Okay. I'll rush straight across, down the stairs, and as I see this guy sort of panicking at the bottom, all these weird tentacles. I'll just barrel straight into him, spear first.
Okay. So roll me those attacks.
Yep. 21.
That's a hit. So as you come down, you use your momentum to drive this spear through the kind of the arm of this guy's scale armor as he's holding his bow.
Nice. That's 7, 11 damage. And let's
Damage.
fuck it. Let's go for a stunning strike. So a Constitution saving throw.
DC.
15.
Clearly not expecting this attack. You see the wind just get knocked out of him as you channel your ki through your spear.
And then I guess from where I am, so he's blocking the doorway. Yeah. Even if I had movement, I couldn't get past him. But I also can't see what's going on the other side.
No, you can see he's in the way there. He's staggering backwards and forwards. You wouldn't really be able to get past him.
Yeah, definitely. I'll just continue attacking. This time with advantage.
Yep.
Okay.
So another hit.
7. Another 11.
Okay, so again, you follow forwards. The enclosed space means you have to go with another thrust again, but it's an easier job when he's not really resisting.
Sure. And you know what? I'm not going to do flurry of blows. I'm just going to do basic bonus action unarmed attack.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 19.
19 hits.
That's D6 plus 6. 11. 11. 11, 11, 11.
You follow up with a firm blow to the sternum there.
Yep, and that'll be me done.
Okay. So Havel.
Indeed. Okie dokie. Well, first things first. Number 3. Let's get him off the board. That's my feeling. So I've still got 4 more, don't I? Bonus action for this round, actually. Level 1 Hunter's Mark. I'm going to cast it on number 4.
Okay.
Because I'm feeling like feeling lucky enough to get rid of this other guy. So that's
just a nice vanilla's Hunter Mark, or are you swapping anything out?
I mean, for now, the vanilla Hunter's Mark.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sticking with tasting colours.
Yep.
We'll find out what happens at a later date. But, so that's on number 4, so that'll come into play next round. And then number 3, 1 standard shot. Well, lightning arrow shot, but you know what I mean. Like, oh!
Uh-huh.
So that's what, 8d8?
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it?
What the fuck?
Just hearing those dice gives me anxiety.
Why couldn't have that been on like a full health character?
So yeah, you slot an arrow into or onto the bowstring and draw it back to its full extent. And as this guy is still kind of a little bit dazed from the first one, you let this thing fly. And as it strikes the center of his armor, you just watch as the whole thing just starts sparking. Steam and smoke starts to rise as the voltage reaches a critical level, and this guy just collapses, deep fried.
Or it grins.
So it's like, yes, excellent. Okay. So now that he's been in a chair, number 4, it's your turn.
Now that was a kilowatt.
Oh, it landed on time. 16 for that one then.
So seeing this happen, this guy is fairly apprehensive and just hurls himself to the deck as this arrow passes by.
Okay. You still alright with 2, or do you want me to?
Yeah,
do
he still has to be.
Yeah, I just meant do you want to do it?
Yeah, that's,
Why not? But
that's
if
fine.
you're okay with that, then that is still 10, is it? Whizzes by.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, so yeah, it's not the impact you were really hoping for. But it's still a little bit of static on him.
Okay, and seeing as ruling's already moved down, and I know that's kind of the next place to go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll just move a little bit closer towards the stairs. And that's
Okay.
it. That's it for me.
And then I forgot to do this at the start of a round, but I'm going to roll a death saving throw for Rainier. And she is going to fail it.
Oof.
Okay, so that brings us to bottom mark. So hearing the commotion that's going on in here,
You mean Thoracon?
did I? Oh, fuck's sake.
Sorry.
I hope you're right, that's fair enough. It's me being dyslexic for a moment. So yeah, he's kind of hearing all this that's going on. Gonna make his way around the corner here and open this door. Clearly now seeing this kind of stunned mercenary at the bottom, ruling you with your spear at the stairs there. He's going to catch on fairly quickly that they're under attack. You see him reach for his belt. In fact, actually, you'll now that you've seen him face to face, Ruben, you'll recognise him as the same dwarf who was in the arena in Powald.
Oh,
the one in Lady Cyrene's box, rolled box.
I fucking knew it.
well, so honestly didn't realise there was like a doorway there.
Yeah, it's not very. The map's not fantastic. There should be a little doorway there. But yeah, he reaches down and very quickly pulls out what looks to be a very old red book. He very quickly opens it to a page you can see that's been marked clearly for easy access. Before you have a chance to really work out what's happening, he starts chanting something in a language you don't understand. And behind you, at the top of the stairs, you hear a cracking and look, and as you watch, the stone starts to crack, and an awful stench emerges from this stone, followed very quickly by a large red fist. And as this rock pulls itself, some hellish monstrosity, the likes of which you have never seen.
Lovely.
But that's his go. Alrighty, so number 1 hasn't taken his save yet, so he needs to do that. What was the DC, Tris?
17.
So he fails it. So these tentacles reach up and latch onto his thighs. He tries to beat them away with his bow, but they don't relent. So do you want to roll me the damage for him?
Yeah, just double checking what it is. 3d6. Damage.
13 damage. So these tentacles kind of claw and tear at his lower limbs as he starts trying to get free of them, but to no avail. So his attacks now are going to have to be at disadvantage. So he's going to make those at Braxton. First one. That's a miss. And second one.
I think he's restrained.
Yeah, that gives disadvantage on attacks. It's speed 0, no bonuses. Attacks and dex saves have disadvantage, and any enemy attacks have advantage.
Cool.
Against it.
Yeah, so he is, clearly not able to really aim very well. These tentacles are harassing him to the point where he can't even get a steady aim across the 10, 15 feet it would take to hit you there, Braxton. Torek.
Ooh, I knew I was saving my spells for something. Shoot, I'm just.
Yeah, with no context, a giant red demon just appeared on the battlefield.
Yeah, I'm guessing like the spellcaster was like underneath ground, wasn't he? I couldn't see him cast the spell, so I don't think I could counterspell the summoning. Either way, I want to fight the demon, kinda.
Okay.
Hold that thought.
Well, you feel free. Like we'll sort out downstairs while Torek handles the demon. That's fine.
Yeah. You guys go. I've got this one. That could be dead. Oh, this demon's gonna kill us. Is there anyone else on this top floor apart from number 4 and the demon?
Yeah, Havel's still up with you.
Oh, okay, but Havel's not going to be the target of my spells. The bad ones, anyway. Okay, I'm going to move myself so that I'm in between the demon and the archer. Actually, the archer is probably not going to fire at me because Havel has just killed
his pal. Yeah.
So I'm feeling I'm going to rotate round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm going to shoot the demon with my flask launcher. I'm going to use a acid flask.
Okay. So you reach behind you and kind of unsling this grenade launcher. You adjust the sights a little bit. This is a bit longer range than the last encounter you used it, but it doesn't take you long to flick up the rear sights. So roll me that attack, please.
Cool, so it'd be a d20 plus 8. So, that's a 12. That's not going to hit.
So yeah, you fire this flask at this demon. But it sees it coming and actually reaches out a hand, catches it, and just crushes this flask. So he's going to take half damage from it. But
that's intimidating. I'm not sure I want to fight it anymore. It's not a spell, so I can't improve the damage. So that'll be 8 damage.
So 8 damage. Okay. So yeah, he crushes this, and you can see a little bit of hissing as the acid drips from his palm, but he just snarls at you. And then you actually see the acid in his palm combust.
Oh. That's he's a hot boy. Don't touch him! I'm gonna call out to Havel.
Did you just say don't touch him or go for the chin? You kind of broke up there.
Don't touch him. Don't go for the chin.
Go for the chin! That's what I heard as well, to be fair.
Just like trying to work out a thought process that led him to that conclusion.
Roll for Chinese whispers. I'm going to use my bonus action to command Omi so he can make it to yeah. That one.
I love the idea that Torek is just trying to save a life, despite the fact he just doesn't know her name.
You'd say you'd want to save someone even if you didn't know their name.
Yeah. Okay, so he again zips down onto the bridge and comes up next to Rainier.
Could he roll a investigate or a medicine to see how she's doing?
Next turn if he's dashed.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's annoying because she was just like 40 feet away.
Yeah. Actually, this is quite a big map for distances.
I'm sure she can survive another turn, right?
Okay, so Triss, you're up.
Are we rolling again or sticking with?
No, we'll stick with that one just to save time.
So if I use produce flame and don't.
We're losing you there.
Oh, can you hear me?
There we go.
Okay. What I was asking is, if I use produce flame and don't throw it as a ranged weapon, and instead I smack the captain in the face with the flame in my hand, can I use my spellcasting modify for a hit for that?
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, I'm gonna sort of walk up behind him.
Flaming bitch slap him. Yeah, do it.
Flaming bitch slap. That's an 18 plus 9.
So completely caught off guard by this and already in a kind of weird position from dodging Braxton, you managed to catch him square across the cheek with the back of your palm.
Super. I've rolled the wrong dice. Ignore that. Watch this be a total failure. 12 damage.
12 damage. So yeah, he's clearly not expecting A, slap, and B, a fiery one at that. So you kind of leave this seared kind of handprint across his right cheek.
Super. Yeah, and I'm gonna stay just sort of shoved up behind him.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, so then he is going to respond to that. First of all, he's going to actually take a step to the side here, so that you're kind of both in his forward arc here. He kind of gets his back to the wall, and he's going to he's actually going to attack Braxton here. He's feels that he might have maybe misjudged the situation first after that flurry of attacks to his rear there, so he's rolling both together. So Braxton, you parry the first one. But again, this guy is fast, and he very quickly recovers and slashes down on your forearm with your sword. So you can take a little bit of damage there. 14 to be precise. His swordsmanship is clearly quite good. Although a very different style to your own. Okay, and then as a bonus action, he's actually going to yell to his guard. Number one. Suppress.
Concentration, by the way.
Oh, okay. So you hear him, Illyrid, step out of it! And you can see the guard kind of immediately looks up from the tentacles and on his captain's command, he's going to get advantage on his attempt to break free next turn. Alrighty, so number 2 is still stunned, so he's still blocking that doorway. as he's kind of rocking backwards and forwards, trying to kind of come to his senses again. Number 3 is dead, so I need to remove him from the tracker. And then number 4 is left to us. So, you're correct in your assumption. He wants a little bit of vengeance for his dead comrade here, so he's actually going to move forward a little bit and take 2 shots at Havel.
How dare he?
One's a crit and the other hits, so Havel, you're going to be taking some damage here.
Oof.
So 20 damage as the arrows just fly straight and true and kind of catch you in the chest here. Now that these guys have kind of overcome the surprise of finding hostiles on their balcony, he seems to be fairly good at his job. But you notice that he keeps a healthy distance away from the demon. Although he's, judging from his reaction to it suddenly appearing, it's something he's not completely surprised by. But he still doesn't want to really be too close to it. Braxton, you're up.
Well, I'm going to step into the door.
Okay.
So there's more of a checkpoint sort of here away from me. And just going to take 2 swings at the captain.
Sure. Roll them up.
Oh, come on. Both miss.
What do they work out? What's that 9 work out to?
17.
17. Yeah, so even backed up against the wall, this guy's defensive swordsmanship is really well developed. He is able to almost, not quite casually, but with very practiced moves, he blocks these thrusts that you make. With your longsword in such close confines, Braxton, you're not able to use your full repertoire of slashes and overarm swings, so thrusts become fairly predictable. But you can see that this guy is clearly quite an experienced mercenary. This organization that he's running is probably one of the better ones. But you imagine for a client with that much gold to throw around, that's not all too surprising.
Yep.
Okay, so the demon here. He's actually going to reach down. He can't fit down the staircase, but he's going to reach down with his arm and try and attack you there, Roland. So you just see this arm the size of a tree trunk just come down the stairs at you.
Okay.
And that is going to be a 20, which hits. So not really able to dodge such a large appendage in a narrow stairwell. You try and put up a defense to absorb some of the energy, but it's just such a hefty blow. It doesn't really do all too much. So you are going to take 17 fire damage.
And I will use my reaction to attempt to blind him.
Yep.
So that's a DC 15 Constitution.
As he's kind of reaching down, his head isn't really there. So although your spear flashes, and you imagine it probably would have blinded this guy if he wasn't already stunned, the demon seems to have no real impact to it. But the light seems to make him think twice. And he recoils from the top of the staircase and looks around for another target. At which point he sees Havel. and he's going to lash out at you.
Oh. I'm going to use my robe to impose disadvantage. No. It's too late. I already fucking said it. Didn't I?
Yep. Just for doing things properly, I will roll it. But
So what was
so
the reach on his attack as well?
10 feet.
No.
He's a big boy.
Yep.
So Havel, you see this guy coming, and as he barrels towards you, you have enough time to kind of duck as this fist passes over you, and it actually takes a really sizable chunk out of the stone battlement behind where you're headed then. But you start to feel like a really kind of intense heat emanating from this demon.
Wonderful.
Alrighty, so Rainier needs to do a death saving throw. Start the round. Oh, that was so nearly a 20. It's another failure.
Crap.
So was Homie not been able to stabilize?
He's had to dash across.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's a long old way he's had to fly, but he's there now. So next turn, he will get to act. Rulin, you're up.
Okay. Well, after taking that sound, bloody pounding in the back, turn around. Like, this guy's still stunned. How much? So he's still on his feet, isn't he, with a stun?
He is, yeah. He's
So it would be little to no effort to shove him, would it?
it wouldn't be a very hard thing at all. The contested thing would be with him at disadvantage for the because a shove would be a contested strength roll, but he'd do it because he's stunned at a.
Does that count as an attack?
Because you're just trying to get past him, I'm going to say no.
No, I'm just going to say if I shove him that way into the tentacles, and then I'll turn to fight Thoromak.
I'll let you do it as a bonus action, tell you that. How's that sound?
Yeah, that's fine. Right, well then, I guess, continuing down the stairs, bonus action, I'll shove him to the right. So I guess, so now he's in the tentacles.
Alrighty, so
he'll automatically fail.
I'm sure he'll probably not do too well. 7, so 9 is the score you need to beat for that.
Okay.
He may be stunned, but he's still, a fairly sizable bloke in, good armor. It's he's quite heavy, so as you try and push him, he doesn't go the full way. You can get past him if you want, but he's not moving.
Uh-huh. Right, so can I get past him on the other side towards where Thoromak is?
Yeah, you could scoot past him at that.
I'll scoot to here then. And I'll attack Thoromak. The spear.
Okay.
Fucking 1. I cannot believe it. It should have been the easiest thing in the world. And it's sort of really pathetically just like
just this incredibly adept but also pitifully weak monk.
Yeah. Never mind. Right, anyway, spear attack. Oh, thought that was a fucking 1 then for a second. 18.
18 hits.
Okay. 7. Let's go in fucking 11. Everything's an 11 damage. And key point for stunning strike.
Okay.
Yeah,
to be honest, Cal, there are worse things to have your damage stuck out than 11. So.
Yeah, I suppose I shouldn't complain.
So he fails that.
He fails. There we go, another stun. Lovely. He's not got some sort of counter stun, has he? No. Okay, second spear attack. Let's get it done. Advantage. Yep, that's a hit. 21.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 7. Oh, beat it. 12.
12 damage.
And then I've already used my bonus action, so that'll be it.
Okay, so
Number 2 is now not stunned.
yes, so you kind of bubble past him and stab out with your spear, and again the tip finds its mark. This guy's clearly not massively plated up. But you kind of see the disorientation present as you remove the spear. Okay, Havel.
Shit, fuck. Something along those lines.
Yeah, I suppose so. Not gonna lie, I don't particularly like this right now.
Not a tree in sight.
Not
there
a
is, but there's a cliff.
fucking tree.
Climb
Previous
up
for his
the beach.
telescope, which he sold.
Yeah. Whoops. Tell you what I will do, because part of me wants to figure out what happens here. I want to cast Cure Wounds 2nd level, and I will swap out the component of 1 action for 1 bonus action with, well, absolutely anything else.
Okay, so first of all, roll me the
The
healing
D20.
you're going to take.
Oh, okay. I was hoping we were going to roll the D20 first. I want to see what it is. Cure Wounds 2nd level is 2d8, isn't it? Yeah. Please be good, please be good, please be good. That was crap.
So 4 HP back. I'll put you on 39 by my counting.
Yep.
And now a D20, if you please. 18. What have I got for 18? Next ally after you on the initiative track may make an additional action on their roll. On their turn, sorry. So for you, that is going to be Toric. Toric, you get 2 actions on your next turn.
Wow.
Just like a.
Who said I'm not helpful?
Interesting.
Okay. So that's my bonus action. I don't want to shoot it when I'm this close. Is my issue.
If you run away, it'll get an opportunity.
I know, but
Unless
I
it
like-
disengages.
yeah, and just
But
lose
can't attack.
my attacks. Yeah, but it would get me away from him.
Mhm.
But even if I wanted to get over there, I'd have to go.
Because his reach is 10 feet, that'll be when he gets the opportunity attack rather than just the 5 foot.
All right, but still, I'm trying to think of getting down the get
Downstairs
to where
would
more
be
people are.
beyond that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Which ends the top of the stairs? Is it this one I'm on?
This one here.
Prepare an action to
2,
run.
3. See, I wouldn't even get to the bloody stairs.
It's about 30 feet.
Yeah, I get to like there 6. About here, yeah. But it would put me out of 10 foot of range of that guy. So my issue is, if I fire these arrows, anything within 10 foot has to make a save, so I'm guessing that includes the person who's fired it.
You would never.
Yep.
Yola?
That would be.
YOLO indeed.
And if you move 5 feet away from him, so as a opportunity attack does a proc,
Yeah,
then
but it's
you don't
and
get disadvantage because you're not next to an enemy.
No, it's not that.
Range.
It's a saving throw. Like if anything within 10 feet of the hit or the miss has to do a saving throw of my attack.
Because he's using lightning arrows rather than his regular ones.
And I don't want to give up that damage.
Yeah, that's actually a bit of a drawback to this because it's your
Yeah,
next,
suddenly it's
so
like
you lose the ability to fire anything that could be good at close range.
well, now we
Or,
know.
well, at least not dangerous to yourself at close range.
I mean, it is a dexterity saving throw, and I am very good at dexterity. I'm feeling
I mean,
adventurous.
could you argue that you're 10 feet within 10 feet of Braxton, just upwards?
I mean, it is a
I'm
radius,
fairly-
isn't it?
I'm fairly certain the large stone floor would act as a fairly
you
good
reckon?
insulation to that.
Fuck off. Ah, you know what?
Lead line castle, so-
I'm
No.
feeling mighty spicy.
What was
I'll
it, sorry,
risk-
Rich?
I was just saying it's a lead line castle. So.
Oh, right. It's got its lightning rods. Okay, so he is going to
It's
make,
like asbestos. That's funny.
he is going to make that attack
Yeah.
of opportunity against you, Havel.
Yeah.
And it is going to miss. So as you go by, make me an attack with your short sword.
It's only plus.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you dive under him. The fist comes down, hits the floor, and you take a moment to swing at it with your short sword. However, you haven't really used it often recently, and especially not after a roll. So you actually hit him with the side of the blade. But as he goes to kind of kick at you, you very quickly throw yourself out of harm's way. You got so close to that being a 20 when I just rolled that there. It was just hanging on it for so long until it switched to a 4.
I can't believe I've got 2 ones in a row. That's the best part.
So yeah, you managed to get away scot-free.
Okay. Can't really use lightning arrows on anyone down the stairs because that's where everyone is. So might as well on to Le Démon.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them.
Yep, roll them together then.
There's no bother dicking about. So that's a 21 and a 28.
Both hit.
Sweet. $34, and that's the end of lightning arrows.
So these 2 arrows strike quite firmly into this creature's back. The heads don't dig too far into to its flesh. The muscle clearly is stopping too much, but the imbued charge is dispersed quite quickly through the creature's body, and you can see it clearly reacts to this, but it doesn't seem to be massively incapacitated by the high voltage you've just delivered.
Ah, well. Wonderful.
Okay, so
That's me.
yep, Tormark is stunned. So number 1 is going to have a go at it.
Oh,
So-
that wasn't the demon's not a concentration, is it as well?
It isn't, no.
Okay.
The demon is its own separate entity. So number 1, having heard the words of his captain, is going to try and break free of this again. This time he has more luck, so he draws a small dagger and slashes at some of these tentacles before moving forwards out of their area of effect. So he's actually below the demon, really, but can't illustrate that too well on this 2D map. And he's going to fire again at you, Braxton, this time into your back while you're not looking. However, your armor holds this time. The archer makes the mistake of aiming the center of mass, and even though it's the rear part of your armor, that's still the thickest. coupled with the kind of curve of it, these arrows actually glance off. Triss, they whiz dangerously close to you, actually, as they ricochet into the room before sticking into the wall, but Braxton, they do no harm.
Nice.
Torek.
Cool. So I've got 2 actions this turn.
You do?
I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of my actions is going to be preparing a spell for dealing with Rihanna, and we
Is Homie going to deploy an umbrella to help her out over there? Ella.
Let's go full Chris Brown on her with this vicious CPR. You're supposed to break ribs when you do it, right?
Oh dear.
And I am a little worried about the demon. I will. I'll shoot a crossbow bolt at it against my better judgment.
Okay.
So the sling on my arm fires. Unnatural 20.
Sling on your arm hits.
Nice. It'll do 1d8 plus 3. The difference between me and
So 5 damage to it.
5 damage. The beast falls.
Not quite the master archer yet, but you're getting there, Torek. This bolt lodges itself into the demon, although it doesn't really seem to pay it much attention.
That is not good. I got the impression that the acid was a no-go, and I'm really worried because all of the other spells I've got packed with me, it's like, oh yeah, flaming sphere? No. Shocking grasp. Oh, I'm going to have to get close, so no. Trying to realise that there is a hole in my potentials. Anyway, going to use my bonus action on Homie to take a look at the NPC and see what we can do.
Okay, so roll me a medicine check.
Let me check Homie's medicine modifier. It's higher than Torek's. It's 17.
So, the readings you're getting from Hunters indicate that Rainier is still clinging to life, but only just. The dagger has gone in deep and has clearly nicked a fairly important artery. You can actually see that the blood dripping down through the cracks in the bridge has kind of turned a little bit of a river, kind of pinkish before it's washed away. The foam is slightly off colour, but she's getting cold quickly. She's lost a critical amount of blood, and the next few seconds will make all the difference.
Yeah, and this is actually one thing that I did want to speak with you about. Would you allow I can cast spells that are a touch range through Homie? Could I argue healing word?
If you've got cure wounds, I would, because that's touch. Healing word is not a touch spell.
I know. I haven't got healing word. Cure wounds prepped because I was like, healing word is fine.
Can Homie not be used as a speaker to
Get up!
Pass that wound. Pass that word.
Yeah. Just go all Payday 2 on her. Get the fuck up! Oh, that's a silly game. So no, I'm not going to let you do that because it's not a touch range spell.
I guess I should have prepped for this kind of thing. What touch spells do I have?
Shocking grasp.
Shocking grasp to send her on her way. Just
Is that not like a
euthanize her on the
defib?
bridge, yeah. Jesus.
Clear. Dunk. Oh.
It's separating its.
Fuck it. I'm gonna leave it for now. I don't have a touch spell that can help out in that situation, but I'm glad I know how she's doing. I can actually do something about that.
She fails her next step saving throw.
I could save her from that.
Just waits until the patient expires, so it's less pressure from dealer.
No, necromancy, yes.
It's the same thing, except the time frame. But
Die so I can help you.
okay, so that's homie done. Anything else, or is that everything? You've already moved, haven't you?
Yeah, I think I'm good. Yeah, I did prep. In case she was dead, I was thinking I might prep like a revivify on her, but I'm starting to think that revivify I may want to be keeping for the party against this demon. I don't know.
Well, that is a decision that you may have to make later, but we will see. Cool.
Okay.
So, Triss.
Oh no. Okay. So I'm gonna take a couple of steps back further into this room. Just risk my luck. Stand on the desk.
So that's going to be an attack of opportunity. Which is going to be 16, which actually hits you, doesn't it?
Yeah. Hold on, my AC
so
is 16. That hit,
16.
right?
Yeah, it matched it, so it hit. So, Triss, you take 10 damage from a fairly rapid slash as you try and get away.
Okay. And then I'm gonna double Eldritch Blast the captain.
So, turning around for a bit of vengeance.
Both barrels.
Yeah. If in doubt, the good old Eldritch Blast. Oh my god.
So, one of them hits.
I thought it was gonna be one. Yeah, Justin so slid over. Whew, okay. 8 damage.
8 damage. So, the blast hits him fairly square in the chest. Kind of knocks him back. The wall actually props him up a little bit here, but it knocks him a little off his balance. But his armor held. The wound doesn't seem to have been catastrophic. And he's actually going to react to that by deciding to focus instead on Braxton again, who's kind of bearing down on him. So one of those is going to hit and the other is going to crit fail, so let me roll it up. So that is 12 damage, Braxton, and then roll me an attack against him.
Finally. Okay.
So in a kind of calculated move there, Braxton, you kind of lower your guard to lure him in, and as the sword bites into your to your side, you bring your arm down and trap his blade between your arm and your torso, kind of ignoring as the edge manages to cut through one of the weaker parts of the chainmail. But now with no ability to parry, you go for a thrust, and this hits and drives him back into the wall, and you feel one of the scales give as the sword goes in, so wrong damage.
Funnily enough, yeah, can I smite on a reaction?
Yeah.
Yeah, so funnily enough, I'm going to smite. It's going to be level 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I've still
And
got
then
one
your
branding smite.
smite as well.
So that is 1 for the weapon. reach for this smite. 2d6 for branding. Okay. So that's 21 damage.
21 damage. So you feel this blade go in, and you actually hear it sizzle a little bit as this divine energy is channeled into the blade. The captain kind of cries out as the sort of drives in. Clearly, one not used to taking too much damage, but he quickly pushes you back, and the sword is kind of removed from him, and he takes up his guard again. But you can see his arms sagged down a little bit now from its usual high guard. Alrighty, then number 2 is going to have his go. So he is now not stunned, and seeing he's actually going to try and grapple you. So I'm going to have to, because I haven't done this for a while, quickly Google whether that's a contested roll or an attack.
For grapple.
Yeah, for grapple.
Actions.
Replace one of their melee attacks. If it rolls better than the target, okay, so it's contested.
Attackers athletics versus targets athletics or acrobatics.
Yeah, so he's going to use his athletics to try and grab you.
Should I use a 0 or a +9? Which one will it be?
So that's going to be 13 skill to beat.
Oh, this is going to be the one. Not bad. +9, 15.
So, despite the close finds, you actually managed to keep him from grappling you. It's not the most elegant way you've ever done it. Your martial arts instructor would probably shake his head at it, but it serves its purpose. And seeing that he's not getting anywhere, he quickly draws his dagger and makes a normal stab at you with his other hand, which does the business, it would seem.
God damn.
So it's only 8 damage.
Could have been worse. And you know what? Yep, let's try my reaction to blind him. DC
Okay.
15.
Calm or
Constitution, yeah.
yeah. So he fails that and is now blinded.
Nice.
Guys,
That's the first time that's worked in a long time. Might have to speak to Tarek about making some adjustments.
Alrighty, number 4 is still on the roof. Now he sees that you're in his kind of fairly close range here, Havel, and clearly distracted by this demon. He is just going to go for the point blank shots and finish the job here. However, one of them misses. Only the one actually lands. So another 8 damage to you.
Bastard.
And after that, he's going to actually move a little closer to Tarek. But not too close. And then Braxton.
I'm not going to bonus action. I'm just going to do my regular 2 attacks on him.
Okay. So the crit obviously goes through, and is that a 19?
18.
18. So 1 crit.
1 miss.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to get a level 1 smite on this.
Okay.
I say just, it is the one. So that's 44 plus 4. No, it's 48 plus 4, I think.
Yep.
Oh no, hang on. 4. So it's 68, because it's one from the weapon, 2 from the smite, and then doubled.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
And then plus
I keep
4.
on forgetting that smite is doubled. That's so good.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, 34 damage.
Big hit there. 34 damage. Let me work that out. How do you want to do it, Braxton?
Oh, so picking on his already lowered guard, I kind of aim for the upper arm, maybe slightly towards the shoulder to try and get the arm, and if it hits the armor, go into his neck. So I imagine it sort of bounces off the shoulder guard, and then just goes straight through a little slit and into his neck.
So you're right in predicting that his guard is weakened now, and as he tries to parry it, you twist the blade just so that the resultant parry actually directs it towards the armor, which then your sword connects to and bounces as you expected into his neck. The finesse clearly no match for experience. You watch as the kind of blade slices deep, got a rivulet of deep crimson blood spurts from his kind of mailed neck. The sword drops to his side as he starts to weakly paw at his throat to try and stem the bleeding. But he very quickly backs up against the wall and slumps down in the corner, dying quite rapidly.
Nice. And that one's for Rainier. And then I just charge down this guy, give him no space.
Uh-huh.
The demon's above me, right?
Yeah, demon's up the floor,
Yeah.
so you're okay.
You don't even know that it's there.
No, that is true.
Definitely.
Just hear stomping on the floor above. Just thinking, fucking hell, Havel's got heavy.
And yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Or Torek's up to something very hard.
Yeah.
It's water, wait.
Okay, so Torek, the demon, he didn't react well to that crossbow bolt. It didn't do too much damage, but it did get his attention. And he turns to you, and you watch as he kind of lowers himself to all fours and lowers those horns at you. And he's going to actually make a charging attack on you. So I'm going to need you to make a dex saving throw, please.
Learn how to manage.
No,
Megan's
I'm gonna flash of genius. Okay, so that's 7 plus 2 plus 3. So, oh god, it's only 15.
It's a flash of genius plus 5.
It's plus 3 from my dex and plus 5 from flash of genius.
So 15, I'm afraid, isn't going to do it. So a little late to realise what was about to happen, having no real experience of hunting anything with horns before. This creature just barrels towards you over the roof. You can feel the building tremble as his weight propels up at a rate that really shouldn't be attainable by something of this size. And he is actually going to just come and gore you with those horns, so you can take a fair bit of damage here, my dude.
This is bad.
It could have been worse. 17 damage, Torek. And because you've got your back to the battlements here, you are going to be pinned between these horns for a while, Torix. So it is going to count as restrained until the demon's next turn. As those horns just block you against the stone. Okay, and Rainier's for death saving throw.
How many has she failed?
3 of them now. Tarek, you kind of get a beeping on your gauntlet, and although you're distracted, you kind of register that Homie's just reported that Rainier has expired on the bridge.
Cool. Can I use that prepared action I did from Havel's extra thing to cast Revivify on her?
Yeah, it's still prepared. So
Excellent.
describe how the homunculus goes about doing that.
So the homunculus, like, I imagine, like, for a spell this powerful, it would, like, come into land on top of her and just have a massive needle on its underside and just one stab in. Kind of like an adrenal shot in the middle of the chest, but it's essentially is just unloading a payload of Revivify into her.
Okay, so this cocktail of chemicals acts pretty fast. You can see that the wound starts to coagulate quite quickly. A secondary needle injects what appears to be a saline drip. And your gauntlet kind of gives you a slight pip as the homunculus registers a very faint but definite heartbeat again. She's still unconscious, but she's stabilized now.
This is good. Now I need to think of a way to save my own skin.
Yeah, that would be beneficial. But first, Ruben's go.
Ah, yes. Okay. Well, capitalizing on the situation, I've got one stunned guy and one blind guy. Thormax
He
probably.
only fights with disabled.
I only disable people with that fighter. Quite sadistic, really. Right, so I'll attack Thormac first with the spear.
Uh-huh.
I'll just do 2 straight up attacks, so 2 with advantage.
Yep, so that's a hit.
That's a hit.
And roll the second one now.
Yeah, roll the second one.
Do damage together if necessary.
21, yep.
Yep, so roll that damage.
Plus 14.
19, okay.
Then, okay, so is the black tentacle still there?
If Triss is still focusing on it, then yes.
I don't know if you cast anything that should have.
And you haven't. Oh, you did take damage, so actually I will need a concentration check from you, actually, Triss. So DC 10. No, I completely forgot as well. It's one of the things I always forget. I need to take a lesson from Rich. She's very good at remembering to do it. Okay, so the bleeding is distracted you a fair amount, and that effect's now dropped.
In that case, I'll turn and make 1 point for flurry of blows.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll turn and strike number 2.
Okay.
Which is advantage because he's blind.
Yep.
23.
23 hits, surprisingly enough.
Unarmed. D6 plus 6. 10 damage. And let's do yield strength saving throw or get pushed back. So let's say Yeah, DC 15.
So fails it.
So I'm just going to basically the big old kick straight to his sternum just gets flown back up against this
Into the
wall.
wall, yeah.
Then I'll turn and make my second unarmed strike against Thoromac.
Okay.
Just wanted to get some distance.
Get some space. Another hit.
6 plus 6. So
9
9
damage.
damage there. And then there's not much to do against them.
He does also fail his saves, remember? So.
Oh yeah, true. Well then, yeah. In that case, he can push him back. I can knock him. Yeah, knock him prone.
Knock him prone. Okay.
And now he's not.
Now he's not stunned. Okay.
End of my turn.
Alrighty. So with that in order downstairs, we move back to the more pressing issues at the top floor. Havel, you've just seen this demon just bull rush Torek there. It's bought you a bit of space, but you can't help but worry for the little guy.
I'd be fine. So which one is the one on the top floor?
This guy here, number 4.
4, I thought it was, yeah. Just wanted to be sure. Okie dokie. Where am I? Where am I? There I am. Let's see what Havel can actually do. Surprisingly, not a lot. I want to get rid of that guy is the main thing for me. So first thing I'm going to do, same as before, just because I've taken a bit more damage than I'm feeling happy about. I'll do Cure Wounds, and I will use the ring to
Make it a bonus
take it to a
action.
bonus action. Yeah,
Okay, roll me the health you're going to get back.
let's get something new, hopefully, as well. Keeping a list, checking it twice. I also had to add 1 last time. Doesn't matter for last time, but I need to remember to add it this time.
I'll say that your the perk giving Torek the second action was a one-time thing. I should make clear. Only the taste is going to stick around.
Yeah, I assumed as much. I thought it was going to be like a,
Okay, so what's that? 6 HP.
6 HP. Could be worse.
37, not terrible. Okay, now roll me a d20. 7. What have I got for 7?
What have you got for 7?
You and all allies nearby become vulnerable to pierce, slash, and bludgeoning damage for a minute.
You're welcome.
So everyone's going to take double damage from those sources.
Are we including people underneath?
Oh, we are.
Oh, God.
Does that mean that we
Wow.
now get Braxton's ability above? Yeah.
If you're within 10 feet of him, yeah.
Oh, right, cool. I don't really know. Okay.
Electricity doesn't penetrate stone, but Holy Vengeance does. So,
Oh, brilliant. Right, okay. See, I want to get rid of number 4 because he's an issue for me, but Torek is also there. And looking at number 4, does he look injured in any way? Does it look like he's been in a scrap as of yet?
not massively so.
No, I'm feeling the demon's a bit more of a pressing matter. And I'm going to use my Iridium arrows, which puts me down to Not a lot left, but let's give it a shot anyway. So I'll use Iridium Arrows, 2 shots on the demon.
Okay.
Let's fucking hope they hit. Ha! Well, still, that's a 21 for both.
And they both hit.
Sick. Nice, I guess it's my modifier. So 18.
18 damage. So, yeah, these arrows stick in, and you can see that the iridium is drawing blood there. The wounds seem to be, actually. Well, it's not that the other wounds were ineffective. It's just that these ones, the iridium has clearly caused the beast to kind of bellow a little bit in pain.
Cool, thought as much. I'm gonna be. No, I'm not. Can I go halfway down the stairs and get half cover from number 4?
Yeah, if you've just got your head poking out, that'll make it harder to hit.
Yeah, okay. I'll choose half cover because I don't want to go all the way down. But I know that guy's there, so
Mhm.
be like get some in between us.
Yes, not
that's
a
me done.
terrible idea to get
What sources of damage to a double? Sorry.
pierce, slash, and bludgeon.
So all the things that that's going to do to you.
No, the demon does fire.
What, even if
It does do. Oh, ooh, ideas.
So Foromak is going to pick himself up off the floor for half his movement. And he's going to actually kind of still keep hold of that book he's clutching and utter another phrase. Again, Rulin, it's in that tongue that you didn't comprehend. And in the space behind you appears a smaller demon this time, but a demon nonetheless. Okay. And he's actually going to take the rest of his movement and try and get away. So make a reaction attack of opportunity.
Hit.
Yep. Roll me the damage.
13.
13. So you can see now he's bleeding a fair bit, but he's clearly quite keen to get out of here.
Okay.
Yep, that's him done. So next up is number 1. So Braxton, you've obviously closed him down quite quickly, and seeing that this is going to be a close quarters fight from now, he actually casts aside his bow to the floor so he can draw his short sword. He makes a series of thrusts at you. He's not quite got the swordsmanship of his captain, but he's still fairly adept. So,
Same roll as last time.
yep, that's a hit and a miss. I'll just quickly roll the hit. It's another 10 damage, but then make an attack against him. So going for the same trick, actually, you again managed to catch his blade and deliver the counter thrust.
No smite this time, just a straight up 8 damage.
8 damage. So you drive this in. This time whereas Captain didn't manage to, this guy managed to wriggle, gets a bit of an angle on so that the blade doesn't pierce his abdomen like it did his boss, but more of a gash along the front of his torso. But yeah, still drawing blood. Tarek, you're up.
Okay. I am gonna. I'm gonna try and cast a spell on the creature that's pinning me.
Okay.
I am gonna have him make a con save of 17. Oh, I know it. I just don't know how. I can't target his dex.
He passes that.
Fuck. So I try and stick a needle in him, but it's just kind of like breaks in his flesh.
Yeah, it's not a heavy gauge needle. You know, but if you get out of this, you might need to buy a few of those.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Why is everything I do expensive? I tried to cast a reduced person on him, but it didn't work.
No, he sadly enough is still a very large fella.
Yeah, and I don't think I can do much with a movement or a bonus or a reaction. I suppose I could.
Try and wriggle free.
God, no, that's going to be disadvantage with my strength modifier. Actually, I will use a bonus action to healing word myself.
Cool, roll it up.
That's D4 plus 10.
11. Okay.
That'll do. That
57 is much more respectable.
Yes. Hopefully, he won't be able to one-shot me. That's what I'm hoping for.
Okay.
I'm gonna, I'm gonna try and wriggle free with movement.
Sure. So it's contested.
The first question.
So
his
acrobatics. I've rolled a 15.
His strength is actually a big modifier, but still only comes out to 10. So
Holy
you're only little, so you manage to kind of untangle yourself as he pulls his horns back, and before he can swipe at you again, you manage to just wriggle your way out of his grasp.
Okay, yeah, and I know that number 4 was walking up to me, probably preparing an attack. I'm gonna actually I've used the movement action to break free, haven't I?
You use half of it to break free.
Okay, so I have Tarek's movement is 25, so he can move 12. So I'm gonna actually move him 1, 2 here, so that
Cover from the demon.
yeah, using the demon as cover if anything else.
Okay.
I mean, if it works.
So, you done?
I am done at that. I need to mark my healing word spell slot usage, and I am done.
So, you have ended your turn within 5 feet of him, so you can take D4 fire damage from his radiant heat.
Are you thirsty?
Of course.
Good job.
The very fires of hell themselves seem to be burning through his veins. But at least you're not being gored by his horns, so ups and downs.
Yeah, there are definitely advantages and disadvantages. I will, in Homie's turn, I'm just going to start flying him back up. So, again, the grid lines aren't very clear here.
No, they're not great, really.
No, that's fine. And then I'll end my turn now.
Okay, cool. Triss.
Okay, I'm gonna skedaddle out of the room, hop down off the desk.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna just myself here. Oh, just on
Mhm.
there. And I'm gonna hit number 2 with the infestation cantrip. So he's got a con 17 save.
Con 17 save. Okay. Yep, that fails.
Ooh, okay. So he's gonna take 2. Oops, what's he taking? Sorry, just bear with me a second. So 2d6 poison damage, and then moves 5 feet in a random direction. That needs to be determined by a d4 for the direction. If he can't move in that direction, he just stays still.
Alrighty, so yeah, roll that.
So that's 10 damage.
10 damage to number 2, who's really not having a good day.
So he's blind, has no fucking idea what's going on to him right now.
Now just infested with God knows what. Alrighty, so he's going to stagger his way around. Let's see. On a 1, he goes closer to you, Triss. 2, diagonally here. 3 towards the imp, and 4 stays where he is.
Yep.
So he stumbles a little closer to you. Swinging wildly, but not really at any risk of actually hitting you.
If he's blinded and I step away, does he still get an attack of opportunity?
Yes, but it would have disadvantage.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna just stay put for now, though.
Alrighty.
I mean, you can move around him, just without leaving his area.
That's true. I'm gonna stay. I am actually gonna stay put, though.
Okay, so the imp. He's actually going to launch himself at Havel coming down the stairs and make 2 attacks. Well, 1 misses, but the other crits, so. 10 damage, Havel.
God damn it.
Came downstairs to
kill
get
me.
away from the demon and then ran into another one.
That is his go, though. 2 is blinded until the end of your next turn, Rulen?
No, to the end of his turn.
Till his turn. Okay, so Triss, he knows you're around there somewhere. He just doesn't know exactly where. So he's going to make his swings quite blindly at you. Okay, so that fails. So give him an Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Just the 1 ray.
Just for 1 ray.
So that's 6 damage.
Okay. And then his second attack. This one, he just kind of brings it in a wide horizontal arc, and there's not really enough room for you to actually dodge out of the way from this sword. So that one hits. And that is going to be 8 damage. Cool, so he shakes himself free and the vision is slowly returning, but wasn't the most effective round he's had. And then number 4, he's in a bit of a decision-making time now, because he could kind of see Havel's head, but it's not the best shot he's ever had, but neither is trying to hit Torek through a demon's legs, and he doesn't want to piss off the demon. So to that end, he's actually going to come a little bit closer to a good firing line on you there, Torek.
This is what I feared.
So he's going to make his 2 attacks. And that's going to be a hit and a miss. So 6 damage.
Okay, cool.
Preston.
Cool. I think this is going to have to be my last turn, by the way.
Ah, okay.
Pretty simple. I think I'm just going to take 2 swings at what are number 2?
Mm-hmm.
1. So 16 on that one.
So you're going to get an attack back for that. So you two exchange these blows in these tight confines. None of the swings really have enough power behind them to pierce each other's armor. But Triss, you can kind of hear the fairly rapid kind of clanging of metal on metal to your side as these two have at each other. Alrighty. So demon. He is. Well, I mean, it's fairly obvious what the demon's going to do. He's going to
Smash.
He's going to make his attacks against you here, Torek. So I'll roll them both together. So it's going to be a hit and a miss. $17 damage. As again, these kind of flaming fists just come down. They don't hit you square on, but you know there's enough force in them that even a kind of glancing blow does a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But he's going to stay where he is. He's not going to move after that. Rhaenyra's stabilised, so I don't need to roll for her. Rudin, you're up.
Okay. Top of the round. What can we hear? What's going on up on the roof? Like,
Well, you've kind of heard the fairly loud crash as this thing has charged towards Torek, and the kind of the impact of the horns against the battlements, and obviously his fairly heavy kind of hoof fall as he stomps across the roof. You could work out there's something fairly big up there now.
okay. Need to take out this guy first, though, I think. Right, yep. I'll move away, provoking opportunity.
Yep, so the imp kind of lashes with his claws and hits.
Yep.
So take 8 damage.
Okay. And then I'm just going to go. Well, he's looking a bit dicey, didn't you say?
He's he's bleeding a reasonable amount. He's taken a fair amount of damage.
Okay. Right. I'm just going to take my first swing with the spear. Stab. Swing. 20.
Yep.
8. Thanks. 13.
13 damage.
And let's. Yeah, okay, let's do yield stunning strength. DC 15 Constitution.
He, because he's kind of running away, you don't get as good a connection as if he'd been stood still or attacking you, so not all of the key manages to channel out before he stumbles away.
Well, continue to press the attack anyway. Second attack. 19. Yeah.
Hits.
8. Nice. 15 damage.
15 damage. So what's that? As you drive the spear in, you hear something give. The blade kind of cuts through quite easily after a small amount of quite stiff resistance. You hear a gasp, and his legs just give out. As he falls forward to the floor, you can kind of see his lower body is kind of twitching. But as you watch, his body starts to smoulder a little bit. There's a oddly sulfuric smell in the air, but the life in his eyes goes out, and as it does, the smell vanishes too.
Okay. So, these stairs over here, does that lead back outside?
Those stairs, they kind of lead back to the floor of the stairs here. It's not the best map for making that clear.
But this isn't outside, this is still interior, isn't it?
There is an interior room there, yeah. But this
Does mean if I were to continue going that way, could I then climb up this wall, up back onto the roof, or is this?
I
still
see what you mean. You climb up there.
Okay. Right, so that was 5. Where was I? I was there. 5, 10. All right. Okay. 55 would get me to there. Then I'll have to climb up on my next turn.
Okay. The the corpse aside, you decide that that's something that can be investigated later. Right now, it sounds like you're needed upstairs. Havel.
That's my name. That name again. It's Havel. Cool. Let's have a look. I really feel like I need more offensive spells and shit.
Yeah, just hit things.
Well, make your own spells now.
Yeah, just be careful. Obviously you can't be careful what you side effects are, but just be aware.
So, there's only the imp in front of me right now, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Okay. It's very close range. So switching to short swords, is that bonus?
It would be, yeah, to sheath your bow and then switch to your short swords.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to, because it's the second I try and get 5 feet away, I'm just gonna get hit. So there's no point in imposing disadvantage on myself. So I'll switch to the swords,
Mm-hmm.
which means I actually get to use an ability that I never fucking use. So that'll be nice. Where is it? Yeah, so I've got one in each hand. I get second attack. Where is it? Do I still have it attached?
2 weapon fighting.
No, I had something else. Or is that the same thing?
Well, 2 weapon fighting's just.
I feel like I've taken something off by accident, but I'll deal with that later anyway.
What did it do?
Mixes in combat. I saw I had one, which was like when I had a second weapon in my hand. It allowed me to do a bonus attack, which I'll have to look at later, but it's not on my sheet for now, so I'll leave it.
Is that not one of them where you took archery instead, so you don't get that bonus or something?
No, I've had it for. I thought I did. Don't ask me why. Anyway, yeah, so standard. Just two attacks to the imp with the swords.
Uh-huh.
Oh, well.
They
But
both
for
hit.
23. Oh, actually, shit. Are they D8s? I didn't even look. No, they're not.
No,
Sorry
they're
about
not.
that. Yeah, I'm so used to rolling D8s. I didn't even pay attention to what they were. So you got 7 plus 10. Yeah.
Okay, 17 damage to the imp. Slash across it with your weapons. The steel, it cuts a little bit, but not as much as iridium would. Okay, any additional?
See, if I move, if I move, I'm just going to get an opportunity attack. It's going to attack me next round anyway. Yeah, I'll be fine. I will stay. I'll stand my ground.
Okay. So number 1 is still locked in his life or death battle with Braxton, so he's just going to make 2 attacks again. And one of those definitely is going to hit, and 21, that's not your AC, is it? No. So 1 hits there. So that's going to be 6 doubled to 12 damage to Braxton after his newfound vulnerability kicks in. So yeah, still not a decisive blow, but just, the attrition now is starting to eat away at you, Braxton. You've got a number of small wounds building up. The blood loss isn't critical yet, but you know the effect it can have on a fighting man. Okay, Tarek.
Oh boy. I did have a plan, but reading the spell description, it ain't gonna because this thing is doing fire damage, and my thought was if I go into gaseous form, I can get away from it, but it's just gonna pummel me out of gaseous form.
Henry and Miles
It would be bad.
$50,000 retrieved. Money.
Is this archer still trying to shoot me?
Yep, he was still having a go.
Yeah, that is also bad. You know what? I think I might.
Downtown San Marcos. Kiva was in the perfect spot.
It was close when I tried to do a spell against the demon, actually. He did roll average and save it, but if he rolls low, his con save, I get the impression, is not as big as his strength anyway. So let's give it a go.
Okay, con save DC of
17. Let's do this.
You're not going to enjoy this guy. That is a save. Only by the skin of his teeth, but he has a very big modifier to con.
Oh, no! Fuck! That would have solved all my problems as well. Fuck. So that's another level 2 spell down the drain. And the options are quickly running out.
While Miles drinks the bar's profits away.
Can't outrun this thing, but it's going to attacks on me every turn.
It has multi-attack, yeah.
The difference between me staying in contact with it and not is basically no different then, because it's just taking the attack now rather than later. I'll stay put and God, I don't know. This bonus action I'll actually use on Homie, because I reckon he'll be in range by then, and he'll be able to force strike. Yeah. Move action. That archer.
Yes, you dodge back behind the demon.
Yep. Yeah, I do. I'm just more putting the archer through his footwork training than anything.
Yeah, fair enough.
Cool. So homie moves 30.
Yep. Do you want to bring him to where you want him?
And he's got a range of 30.
And if they lose,
Oh, fuck.
Miles and Henry lose everything.
That's off, isn't it? Shitty.
Yeah, that's not 30 feet.
So
Oh, Imp is 5 feet out!
And also at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. Oh, well. Fuck me, I guess. Can I use the bonus action to dash with homie instead?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. I'll,
so look at this little
20, 30.
Pretty much.
Homie's going to be 15 feet in the air. Actually, yeah.
Okay.
15 feet, sure.
Alrighty, so you're going to take the d4 from the radiant heat.
Yep.
2 damage this time. Okay. And then Triss.
Oh, by the way.
See you, Reg.
See you later.
Triss is gonna pull up the front of her shirt and she's gonna eyeball the fella in front of her. Well, consequently, probably end up eyeballing everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Just
How
gonna
does
give
that
him
work
a
again?
Just going to give him a quick flash and see
Yep,
his reaction.
so everybody who can see it is going to take some psychic damage, so that is going to be both of number 1 and number 2, but also Braxton. So roll that up for everyone. Oof. The good news, Triss, number 2 just kind of sinks to his knees, like clawing at his head. You just see blood dripping from his nose as this eyeball is now just at his face height. He kind of stares into it almost like with an unbreakable focus, but then you just start to see blood trickle from his ears as well, and he face plants forward. Number 1 is not quite as hurt, but clearly does something to him. Breaks his focus for a minute while both he and Braxton kind of almost stop swinging at each other for a moment to kind of wince in pain here. Braxton is not looking great now as a result of that.
And does that count as a full action?
Bonus action.
Bonus action, okay. And then I'm going to take a step back and I'm going to Eldritch Blast number 1. He's just going to get both rays.
Okay.
So that's 24, 29.
That's 2 hits.
And that's 21.
21, okay. So, big hit sends him off balance. You can see the armor is now very dangerously close to coming apart.
Ooh,
Where these 2 gaping holes are.
Repelling blast to push him back 10 feet.
Yes, you can. So he goes into that wall.
Yeah.
With quite a hard blow to the back. You could see he kind of coughs up a bit of blood when he hits that wall. He's not doing too great.
And that's me.
Alrighty. So that means it is now the turn of the imp, who is going to continue just trying to turn Havel into very thin pieces. However, I don't think that's going to get past your AC. No, it isn't. So now with your short swords out, Havel, you kind of cross the blades and keep this flurry of claws away from your face. The imp doesn't really have much in the way of finesse. It is just going at you with ferocity. But you managed to hold it at bay, at least for now. Number 2. So number 2 is dead, so not a problem anymore. Number 4, however, he's just frustrated now. He's given up on trying to kill Torek. He's been a pain in the ass to hit. So using his bonus action to draw his longsword, he's going to make another attack at Havel, who is already bitterly fighting this imp. That's going to hit, and then his second attack. I don't know why I didn't roll these at the same time. Also going to hit.
I get multi-attack defense as well, so I'll be on 22 AC for the second attack.
I think that still would have went through with a +7 modifier.
No, I wouldn't have.
Did he roll 22? Oh, no, you're right. No, so let me, re-roll that damage, man.
Yeah, multi-attack defense.
Actually pays off now. So that's 6 damage there for you, Havel.
Still chipping away.
Mm-hmm. So Braxton, he's going to go and try and finish the job for number 1. Don't mess well. I keep on rolling just for single attacks.
Did you follow Richard's instructions?
I didn't hear them.
He put it in the chat. He said he wants to lay on hand 35 to self, and then shield of faith on self.
Which chat's this? Not in
the tabletop one.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Good, well noticed. In which case, he will not do that attack. He will stay where he is and lay on hands.
I mean, situation changes, I guess, but that's what he wanted to do.
It's honestly a good decision at this point. He's taken a fair amount of damage. So, Tris, you see Braxton kind of use the window of opportunity you bought him to kind of steady himself a little, and you see his hand goes up to his chest plate, and that faint blue glow is there again as he utters a battle prayer and braces himself. Alrighty then, the demon, who is still going to try and finish the job. It's like playing whack-a-mole with Torek. He's only needs like a couple of good hits to go through, but Torek's very agile and small, so he's survived probably longer than he should have. Maybe not for long though.
I cast a reaction spell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cast Absorb Elements, giving me resistance to fire damage.
Okay. So these hits are going to come through, but describe to me how you mitigate some of that.
The Boomer Blade folds open with loads of blades around like a shield and just starts glowing. And just as I absorb his pummeling he's about to dish out on me.
Yep. So that is going to be, what's that? I'll give you 9 damage. I'll round it down. 9 plus, what's his modifier? Be halved. So that is going to be 17 damage, Torek.
If I didn't do that.
The boomer blade absorbs a lot of the heat, but the blades start glowing red hot, and you hear a very shrill warning tone as the internal servos reach critical temperature. But before it shuts down, it manages to absorb, enough of this that you're still on your feet.
Nice.
Very cool. Rulen.
That's my name. So to just climb straight up this exterior wall, how much movement's that?
I'll give you that for 10 feet.
And plops himself up on top. Quick look around, so you've got just about see him at the top.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a melee going on at the top of the other stairs, but the most obvious thing is the presence of this large demon and Torek.
Hard to miss it, really. Does it count as large? Then
it does.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna fucking maybe. What's on this side of the fort?
That's the other cliff face I was talking about earlier.
Is there a gap down, or is it just back straight up onto it.
There's a little gap, yeah.
About how far down?
To a floor, probably about 30 feet.
Could just get rid of it as opposed to killing it. Alright, anyway. Rushing in. Spear attack. I'm not going to try stunning this one, I guess, so it's just going to be straight up 2 attacks. It's 17 and 29.
So that is 2 hits.
Oh, okay. Okay. This plus 14. 28.
28 damage. So you come in with the spear attack to its kind of rear as it's trying to beat down on Torek, and the blade goes in reasonable way, but soon the kind of mass of knotted muscles kind of bite down and stop it going in any further. The creature does, however, bellow and swing an arm out towards you, which you dodge fairly adeptly, but you've definitely drawn its attention.
Right, then key point flurry of blows. First attack. Hit. Uh, 11.
11 is good. Let's work it out.
And let's try the extreme end of this as well, because I know he's a big old boy. But DC 15 strength saving throw. Or get pushed.
Passes it easily. You barely move him an inch.
Alright, second flurry of blow.
That's a hit.
Oh, no, that's a D8 by mistake. Ignore that. D6. It's 8 damage.
8 damage. Okay.
And, yeah, same again. DC 15 strength. It's got to work.
Nope, that is still not doing the job.
Damn.
He is a mountain of muscle.
He is. Right, I'll do.
Okay.
Try and give Torek his avenue of escape.
Bit of breathing room, yeah. Okay, so Havel, you've kind of caught yourself stuck in the middle of these stairs now with this mercenary at the top of them and the imp at the foot.
Wonderful. Also, I'm a fucking idiot because I was like looking in the wrong section and I found exactly what I was talking about earlier. I do have 2-weapon fighting. 2-weapon fighting is a bonus action. I was busy looking in like actions and feats, and it is neither. Special actions, are they different to, or just specials, are they different to like actions?
Yeah, you can take as many special actions as I think you have.
Oh, sick. Cool. Right then. So, where is it? I do have a bonus action of 2-weapon fighting, which lets me take an extra attack. So we'll do this in this way. Attack on the imp, and the bonus action for my 2-handed fighting. So that's 2.
So with the bonus action though, you don't add your modifier.
Yeah.
So you have to calculate them separately. Yeah, that's like the downside to 2-weapon fighting.
Yeah, it's
Because you're using your offhand essentially. So it's like fighting with your left hand kind of thing. It's not as effective.
All right. Okay. Right.
Yeah. So roll them separately then. It'll just make it easier to do it.
Yeah.
Save any ambiguity.
Right. Well, that's an
a miss.
11. And that's a 17.
That one hits.
Okay, so we'll do the damage for that one. Which is 4.
Okay.
So I'm also going to use my second attack on the imp as well then. I wasn't sure if those two were going to hit. So it's a standard one. on the imp. So that's 16.
It's a hit.
Okay. That's 6 damage. Whoop.
Mhm.
And then my special Horde Breaker, I can attack anyone within 5 foot of my original weapons range.
Your original weapons range or your original target? What's the
Original
wording of that?
weapon, isn't it? Let's have a look.
Just weapon. Against a different creature.
Within range of your weapon, 5 foot. Oh, of the original target within range of your weapon. That's
Yeah,
where I've
so
misread it.
yeah, I thought.
that's...
So he's actually just due to that positioning, not actually going to qualify for a Horde Breaker on that one.
Damn.
But that's good for when things are like closely packed.
Yeah, I thought it might have been like to hit this
Whereas-
one and then spin around them.
Not quite.
I mean, you
Oh, well.
could always shout for help, maybe. Braxton or Triss can come help you.
Maybe. But I've used my bonus actions and shit anyway, so. Although. Oh, actually, no. I was going to say I could try climbing up the side, but then I get 2 opportunity attacks anyway.
Yeah.
No, I'll leave it because technically they're going to get less attacks on me.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll stick there. Woo.
Right. So number 1, he's not doing too well, but he's picked himself up and is going to come back for Braxton. Try and finish the job. Bit of desperation at this point. So that is going to be 2 misses. Actually, his armor holds. He is a very tanky boy.
He's no Titus.
No, he doesn't have the health, but he does have that nice 22 AC. So yeah, the kind of sword rings off his armor and shield, but no harm done. Meanwhile, Torek upstairs is in a bit more of a precarious situation. Even though his quick thinking did definitely save his ass, he's still got that demon next to him.
I've got a bit of a mechanics question here.
Hmm.
Because Absorb Elements allows you to use the stored energy on your next melee attack.
Right.
Now, I'm wondering, does that count for, say, a spell that requires a melee attack to cast, like a cantrip?
I would say so.
So essentially, I want to make it so I'm like stabbing in the heat and blades into him, but like channeling the shocking grasp into him as well.
Okay. I will ask you to roll the fire damage separately.
Yeah, of course. Because it's not going to do dick. Okay, that is some numbers.
It's going to be a hit.
Natural 20.
Yep, that hits.
Oh, that's very good. Shocking grass at my current level does 2d8.
Once we make it,
Mm-hmm.
then we'll be home free. You ready, Chris?
And that'll be 7 shocking damage.
7 shock damage, okay.
And the fire, which is more for the thematics of it, will do nothing.
Yes, whatever number you rolled, it still wouldn't have done anything. So you channel this blaze back at this creature, and it just seems to bask in the heat before rearing up for what you assume to be its next attack.
That's all good because shocking grasp has removed his reaction.
Mm-hmm.
And I will Negorum Dio. Oh wait, I'm 25 movement.
Yep.
Force of habit. Bonus
Okay.
action to activate Homie's attack. This time he will be in range.
Yep.
To which he's going to be. Oh wait. Just in case it pisses him off.
Doesn't matter if he charges through ruling.
Yeah. And Homie's attack, I have down. It's +6 to hit.
Okay.
it will be this dice. Unnatural 20 again, damn.
That hits.
Cool. 1d4 plus 4 force damage. So that's 5 force damage.
5 force damage. Again, it's not the biggest of attacks, but it does seem to attract its attention away from you.
Oh, that's good.
Alrighty. Triss, you're up.
Cool. How's Braxton looking? Is he still looking
Much
worse?
much better now.
Right.
Now that he's taken a moment to recompose himself.
Yeah, and I've just seen one sort of flailing and doing a really rubbish job of.
Yeah,
pinning, so-
he's clearly his strength is ebbing.
Yeah, so I'm hearing this commotion going on outside, so I'm gonna scooch around this door and probably run
So,
head
Triss.
into that imp.
Yep, as you stick your head out of the door, you get an idea of what's going on outside of this small room that you've been fighting in. You can see that Havel is desperately holding off this kind of imp with the one sword whilst trying to parry this mercenary behind him with the other. And you can see that he's clearly wounded quite badly at this point.
Okay, so I am going to cast. I was looking at the wrong thing. I don't have any spell slots left.
Going to cast absolutely nothing with no spell slots. But...
Yeah, that's where I got a little stuck there. It's not ideal because I'm obviously so close, but I'm going to Eldritch Blast that imp.
Yep, so it's going to be disadvantage, I'm afraid, but you're free to roll them.
That's the first one. So that's 15.
15 hits.
Oh, okay.
You may as well roll it, and then we'll do damage at the same time.
Purely imp with low AC.
Yeah.
And another 15.
So they both hit.
And so that is 21.
21 damage. Okay, so this goes and hits the imp pretty hard. Even at close range, you don't have any difficulty in just directing the energy directly into its winged back.
Super. And yeah, that will probably be where I stop.
Alrighty. And the imp, now you've kind of drawn its ire, is going to just kick out at you with its clawed feet, Triss. So that is going to be a miss and a hit. So 6 damage. Fair. Oh, no, double it, 12 because you're vulnerable.
Okay.
Slashing.
Yep. Its attacks seem to kind of dig deeper than usual.
It's actually you're probably better off on the roof fighting the demon than you are than the normal guy.
Yeah, ironically, the fire damage is something that's not actually doing double anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's his turn because he's again now fairly wedged in. This massive, just conga line of pain on the stairs.
Good time.
And number 4 is going to continue that with additional attacks against Havel. With a hit and a miss. So Havel, you take 10 additional damage. It's starting to get a bit dicey now. It's been a while since you've bled this bad. Not a nice feeling.
Has it been a while? A couple of days, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, Braxton now is going to try and give number 1 coup de grace. To which she's probably going to succeed. Screw it, I'm going to smite. It's not massive, but it's enough Triss, you kind of hear a thunderclap as Braxton smites down number 1. Putting him out of Braxton's misery. And he turns to make his way over here, but it's a bit congested out here, so he decides to give you space to pull back if you need it. And the demon's going to have another go. So, Rulen, you've pissed it off by coming and stabbing it in the back with an Iridian blade, so he's going to direct fire against you.
Have I pissed it off?
So it's a 19 and an 18, so both of those actually hit. This plus 16. 35 damage for Rulen, so you now are not in a good place.
How the hell has Torek managed to avoid all of that?
Who knows? To be honest, though, that absorb elements was a contributing factor to his survival.
Alright, I'll do my reaction and see if I can blind him.
Yep.
See, 15 Constitution.
Absorb Elements is honestly one of my favourite spells, partly because people overlook it.
Yep. This time, with no roof to block the way, the flash gets him square in the eyes. And he kind of staggers back a little bit, buying you time to kind of crawl away a little. And it is now your turn, so...
Yes. What should I do? Okay. I'll spend a key point to bonus action disengage.
Okay.
Then I'll
So using the opening of him rearing backwards, you get some ground.
So, and then I will use, what's it called? Wholeness of body to regain 30 HP.
30 HP, okay. Puts you back at 33, which is a bit better.
35 I've got?
You took... Oh, no, you're right. You took... I jotted down how much damage you took last turn rather than what it left you at. Never mind.
But yeah, that'll be my turn, I think.
Okay, so you buy yourself some distance and recuperate a little. Draw yourself back from the brink.
Hopefully he can't hit me from where he is, but we'll see.
Havel.
So did the imp turn around and is currently?
The imp is currently fighting Triss at the minute.
I mean, that's not exactly ideal, but I'll be spinning around and going for number 4.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll do 2 standard attacks and then I'll do the 2 weapon fighting for the second attack at the end.
That would make it easier.
So these are, yep, both normals. 18 and 28.
1 hit, 1 miss.
Oh, 18 doesn't hit. Right, okay, so I'll do the damage for that one, which is 8. Because I'm 90% sure this one is not going to hit. Oh, 17. Don't know.
17 doesn't do it, I'm afraid.
Nah. Oh yeah, 18 didn't hit. Of course, 17 won't. Which is fair.
So you lash out, and despite him parrying most of your blows, you do manage to nick just above his kneecap with one of your blades.
Thunderbar. And I don't think I'm going to use lightning arrows again anytime soon. So I want to cast Cure Wounds at level 3. Obviously using a ring to change it to a bonus action.
Okay, so roll me the health you can get back first.
Wait, is it D8s? It is D8s, thank God. 13.
13 health back. That's, yep, that's going to help. Puts you back to 24. And then a d20, please.
Oh, here comes the fun part.
Oh no!
11. What have I got you down at for 11? You now smell distinctly of lavender to those within 10 feet of you.
Is that calming on these enemies?
It's confusing, but
It's just to spell my enchantment of smell of stone.
That was
it does, I'm afraid. Havel, you no longer smell of gravel. Lavender has taken the place.
No, that was
damn it.
it was on Rulen, wasn't it? The smell of stone.
My bad. Okay.
When it snuck into the
Oh
dragon.
no, it was only you, wasn't it? It wasn't everybody.
Yeah. Smell of stone.
Yes, so Havel, you now have the ability to taste colours and smell of lavender, and those ones will last.
Wonderful. Hey, I can think of worse things than smelling of lavender.
So could I, and they're usually at like numbers 1 and 2 if you roll that 20.
I really want to know what they are.
No, you don't. Okay, so a bit unexpected, but you're a little bit more patched up than you were, and definitely more fragrant. So altogether, not a terrible turn.
Cool.
Tarek.
With it being blinded by my spear, well, my patented.
I like to think that patent's still pending.
I also love that idea
There's
of
people he submitted it to work out what a patent actually is.
I love that idea of Tarek looking over and like really proud of his invention working like as designed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that this is the biggest chance we're going to get like a big hit against this guy. So I'm actually going to use my last 3rd level spell on him.
Okay.
And I'm going to try and use a level 3 Ray of Sickness on him.
Ray of Sickness at level 3. Ooh, big guns. Okay.
So it's got advantage.
Because he is blinded, yep.
I get a +9. Oh, 27.
Hits.
Sick. So Ray of Sickness will do 4d8 +5 poison damage.
Alrighty, rolled up.
And in addition, make a Constitution saving throw. So that's 21 poison damage.
Well, he saves the con throw, but how do you want to do it, Tarek?
Does he have... Oh... As I turn around and see that he's blinded, I'm like, this is the best chance I'm going to get. And like, just click a few buttons and just like, from many points of my gloves and backpack, just loads of poison darts. Like, not even like so much it's like one big poison spell. It's just like, this guy's just getting barraged with like 24 darts.
So you see these darts kind of fly towards their mark, and as he's kind of reared up, he's exposed his slightly more vulnerable underbelly. And these darts, the needles on these ones actually stick. And you see the creature just kind of try to grasp at its stomach and pull these out. It's already too late. The poison's gone in. It starts to wobble a bit and then keels over. The kind of fiery red hue of its flesh turns a dark grey before the whole entity crumbles to ash.
I love fatality moments in this game. I'm sorry, I really do. I guess I'll use my bonus action to try and steal the other kill. I'm gonna like activate Homie to come around and blast this archer.
Okay.
We're getting here, guys.
That'll be a 23.
That's a hit.
Dealing force damage. 7 force damage.
7 force damage. So you hit. It's a good blow, but he's staying on his feet. He's not actually taken all too much damage as of yet. But it's a good solid bump to the back.
Cool.
Okay, Tris.
Okay. We've got this guy in front of us. I'm gonna risk an Eldritch Blast again at him, because I really don't have that much that's great for close quarters. So that's 21.
It's a hit.
And 29.
It's also a hit.
19, sorry.
Yeah, that hits.
I was going to say, where'd you get that plus 20 from?
Yeah,
That would be nice. Oh.
just level 20 things.
So that's 20 damage.
20 damage. So Tris, as you put these Eldritch Blasts into this imp's chest, the force of it actually kind of rips the wings off this thing, and it just kind of falls to the stairwell before, trying still to claw at you. The same kind of thing happens as the demon upstairs. It just crumbles into ash.
Cool. If I move down to the right, past these stairs, will I still be able to see up to number 4?
It'd be a difficult shot past Havel, but you'd be able to attempt it.
Right, I'm going to move to the right to give Havel a bit of kind of breathing room if he needs to get away. Yeah, and that's me.
Okay. So number 4, he's got to see the writing on the wall, but he also, knows that realistically there isn't going to be much chance here of him actually getting away. So he grits his teeth and makes his probably final attacks on Havel. So both of those are going to hit. So that is going to be 13 damage. No, it isn't. It's going to be 17. Doubled, actually, because you're vulnerable. So Havel, the blades come slashing down. You go to parry them, but your short swords just don't have the weight in them, especially seeing as he's got gravity on his side being above you. And these blades just kind of come down and just sweep large red arcs across your torso. The blood starts to seep, and with it, your vision dims. You kind of sink to a knee before falling down the stairs to the bottom unconscious.
Well, this is fun. Somebody save me. If you wouldn't mind.
Braxton?
Quick, someone use one of Torik's inventions. That usually works.
Yeah, Braxton's up next.
It is. So seeing Havel come collapsing down into a bloody heap at the bottom of the stairs, Braxton moves forwards and uses the remainder of his lay on hands on Havel, and I need to quickly check just how much that is.
Rich normally keeps track of it. You had 50 altogether, so we should still have 15.
Oh, in which case, yeah, we're 15. So Havel, you're brought back to consciousness to see a very concerned Braxton looking at you. You have 15 health to your name now. But you're not going into the light today. At least not yet.
Well, that's nice. That's something, at least.
Okay, Rulin.
Okay. So seeing this demon go, Rulin will run over, because you can just see this guy's head still at the top of the stairs, I guess. What sort of condition is this guy in?
He's still he's taken a bit of a beating, but he's still in a relatively good condition to fight.
All right, and all out. Well, actually, as he gets to the top of the stairs, he sees sort of Havel lying in a bit of a crump, so adds a bit of venom to his edge. And, let's do 2 spear attacks. 19 and a 23.
1 hit, 1 miss. Actually, no, hold on. That's not right. They both hit. 19
okay.
just does it.
So that's 9 and 18.
18 damage. Okay, so yeah, these spears, you put them into the weak spots of his armor, and they draw blood.
Cool. And then, yeah, fuck it. Flurry of blows for 1 key point. Let's just get 2 straight up. It's a 14 and a 25.
1 hit.
D6 plus 6. 10 damage.
10 damage. Okay, so another blow. He's now starting to rock a bit. His guard is wavering. Havel, you're up.
So I'm down here now, aren't I?
You are, yes. Bottom of the stairs.
Wonderful. I will use my bonus action to switch back to my bow
Mm-hmm.
and plant 2 in number 4.
Roll up.
Nice and simple. Of course, using standard arrows, not the
Yes.
wooden ones. Just so we're clear. Unk, unk. So that is a 25 and a 30. Do they
Yes.
hit?
2 hits.
Wonderful. And that'll be 21 damage.
Well, fussy spake, and so shall it be. The arrows, true to their mark, fly up the stairs and strike centre in this by now fairly damaged scale now of his. I mean, from this distance, however, you're quite proud of the grouping. You can see that the arrows are only an inch or so apart, but this isn't good news for our chum over here, who now has a heart with 2 out of 4 compartments punctured. And he, again, meekly kind of paws at them before his legs give out on him and he comes tumbling down the stairs. You sidestep narrowly to avoid it, but he ends up, ironically, in a crumpled heap at the bottom of the stairs as well, his blood mingling in with yours.
Nice. That's a wonderful image.
Okay, so with him down, you kind of brush yourself down and assess your situation, but it seems that you've dealt with the hostiles.
Torek, could someone go and grab the book? And is Rinny still alive?
Say that again?
Would someone grab the book? And is Renier still alive?
Eric's just going to come round this corner. Like I like to imagine his hair's still kind of smoking. He's just going to be like, "I got him!"
Oh, it's good to see the man. No, he's not a dwarf at all.
Yes, I suppose there's a few things we're going to do. One thing I wanted to know, actually, just because I've wasted quite a few. You did mention earlier that they had a lot of equipment like arrows and stuff lay around. Is that something I'll be able to just replenish from here?
They're only standard arrows, but yeah, you'd be able to grab
standard
as many as you could carry in your quiver.
All right, okay. Because I've got 2 quivers actually. I'll half and half the iridium one. So that puts me on 20 in that one. Oh. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm talking
So
about- yeah, I'll sort that.
you go and grab a few of these arrows. You can see that they're fletched to a very high quality. These mercs clearly didn't spare any expenses for their gear here. At least not the arrows, anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Braxton, Torek, perhaps one of you should check on Rainier. You are the only medical professionals, I think, amongst us.
Yes, I'll go and sort her out. Preston quite quickly departs from the castle to go and stabilize Rainier. And she's...
Someone already did it!
Yeah, so she's actually still alive. And it doesn't take too much of Braxton's magic to kind of get her conscious again, but she's clearly still very weak at this point. It's going to take a fair bit of rest and recuperation to get her back up to her full self, but she's better than she was about 5 minutes ago.
Can we find the book as well?
Mm-hmm.
And
So,
the big bag of coins that the captain was holding.
So the captain does indeed have a book still, and Triss, while you grab that, how will you make straight for the coin purse?
Because it's Havel, let's face it.
Yep, and you can see that the kind of the top layer of this is indeed platinum coins. However, once you get halfway down to the bag, the rest of it's just filled with gravel to create the illusion of a full pay bag. Slightly disappointed, but you realise there's still probably about 3,000 golds worth of platinum coins in there.
Between... How many?
Rainier gets 50%, don't forget.
Yeah, but she's alive. It's all she needs.
Yeah, but she was nearly dead because of us.
Yeah, but we saved her. Shouldn't have saved her. God damn it. Anyway, carry on.
Someone keep an eye on Havel, would you? Before he goes murder.
6. Still, it's 250 gold each. Not to be sniffed at.
So yeah, Triss, you retrieve the book. The containment field has survived the battle. It's quite sturdy when Torek's not prodding it at its innards. So you take possession of that again.
Can we have a poke around and see if there's anything else that kind of alludes to Quintilius or Alistair or any of them?
So yeah, the desk where he was writing is probably the most logical place to start. And as you have a rifle through some of the papers, a lot of this is kind of administrative in nature, and it's kind of paints a very vivid picture of quite a serious amount of resources in both terms of manpower and material being dedicated to launching a whole series of expeditions across the Ilafari Empire. It doesn't really mention what they're looking for, as you assume the reports would have been made somebody who kind of already knew that, but it's more of a kind of list of expenditure and various contacts and contracts that have been developed and exploited. You notice that the city of Powold is mentioned quite frequently. He clearly had connections there.
I'll pick up any paperwork that seems like it might be relevant for us kind of tracking down what they're doing.
So yeah, you take some of the expedition records and stow those.
Could I take a look around the complex as well?
So you've obviously got all the corpses around there. The barracks block has Tris kind of worked out earlier, was a fairly standard outfit for a mercenary outpost. Nothing extravagant, and it seems that the soldiers have long since gambled, spent, or hoard away their month's wages. But you find nothing in the barracks really of interest to you.
Right. I was just thinking, there's quite a bit of scrap metal, though, right?
Plenty of scrap steel and stuff around. It's you'd easily be able to salvage a fair chunk of metal.
Nice. I could just imagine Torek just
like ripping off door hinges and stuff.
Yeah. It's fucking Bardo all over again, man.
Want to check out Thoromach's body?
Mm-hmm. So you go up to his corpse and roll him onto his back, and straight away you can see that kind of his book now is, half of it is covered with his blood, but as you pick it up, the kind of a leather has a really weird texture to it. It's very hard and cracked, but it's also warm to the touch. The font, however, is a script you don't recognise. The language is not one that you've studied or come across.
Book, Rulin?
I'll put that to one side. Anything else on his body? Any spell components, that kind of thing?
Interestingly enough, no. The dwarf seems to have had really quite a Spartan lifestyle, judging by his apparel. His robes are quite simply just plain old robes, and beneath it there's a layer of chainmail, but other than that you find no real kind of luxuries or mysterious trinkets.
We'll walk over to Triss and hand her the book. This will probably be more useful to you than me. Although I should point out, we have met before. This dwarf was present at the Colosseum in Powald.
Oh.
He pulled some of these tricks and summoned a few creatures for us to fight against. I know that was while you were studying the book. But, thought you'd be interested to know he uses this book somehow to summon these demons. Maybe you can figure it out.
That sounds interesting. Can Triss understand the language on the book?
Do you speak Infernal?
I do, yes.
Then yes, you can.
Oh, fantastic.
So, Triss, you give it a flick through, and what you quite quickly deduce is that this is actually a series of contracts, or, well, more specifically, spells that have they kind of read like contracts in that the summoner strikes a contract with a demon known only as the proprietor. Whereas the summoner might summon a being from a proprietor's collection, and in return, any souls killed by that entity go straight to the demon.
Interesting. Is there anything there that I think could be useful to me?
Unless you want to start dabbling in demonology, probably not.
Okay. I'm going to stow the book away in my basket anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case.
Alrighty.
Well, so what happened to the corpse of that big demon as well? Is it still kind of in one piece? Or?
No, that turned to ash, and by now the wind has long since scattered it.
Same with Imp.
The ash is still on the staircase, being more sheltered, but yes, it is ash all the same.
Oh, Roland will take a wander through Thoromach's quarters, through the captain's quarters. So let's have a nosy.
So yeah, you guys don't really find much more than what Triss has already discovered. This outpost strikes you as somewhere that might not be a permanent establishment, more of a kind of forward operating base. It's definitely not particularly spacious or well equipped. There's not even anywhere that serves as a kitchen.
Right. Well, we could. We should grab her in here and head back to the city. It's still probably morning at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, morning time, early afternoon. It won't be too long past noon anyway.
Or we could try and hold up here, but I don't know if maybe they'd be expecting any company. Maybe.
I think head back to the city, get some medical treatment for everybody, and figure out
Get
our
some
next
proper
plan.
rest and
Yeah, some on our
see to Rainier.
Okay, cool. And that's where we'll leave it for tonight. Well done, guys.
Cool.
We didn't die.
You remember when I was joking, like we should go be like, oh, we should go in the chat and say we had an awesome combat. Yeah, that yeah.